Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
5 days later, the Whitebeard pirates had been stationed on the island, just a day's journey from the navy, for nearly a week now. They had arrived even before Ryunosuke and his crew's fierce battle with the Golden Lion pirates. Truth be told, after making 2 critical misjudgments, even Whitebeard had started to rein in his pride. Still not awake? At that moment, Maki stepped out of Whitebeard's quarters. Seeing her exit, Whitebeard called out with a hint of concern. "Not yet," she replied. "The captain's body is stable, physically, he's fine. As for why he hasn't regained consciousness, I believe it's due to the impact of that last terrifying explosion. However, judging by his condition, he should wake up soon. There's also a unique energy coursing through his body, no need to worry about his food or hydration." Maki removed the gloves from her hands and calmly tucked them away. Yes, Ryunosuke had fallen unconscious during the space-distorting explosion. As for the rest of the Golden Lion pirates, their remnants had been swiftly dealt with. The island behind them now, it wasn't even a real island anymore. It had absorbed the remains of the island ship and evolved into the evil warship, a hybrid fortress. Not only had it perfectly merged the traits of an island and a warship, it retained the maneuverability of the original vessel. It was, in essence, a mobile war fortress with insane speed. While most pirates sailed atop islands on ships, the Dragon Hunter pirates drove their island into battle. Besides its larger size, the evil warship had unlocked a second form. After all, a massive hull was still a hassle in certain environments, like sailing into the New World. Its second form still maintained the battleship structure, but now it featured a sprawling lawn deck, blending relaxation with combat readiness. Whitebeard sighed. Good to know he's stable, but what now? He was clearly uneasy. Before Ryunosuke entered the picture, Whitebeard's plan had been straightforward: locate and execute Blackbeard, no matter what. Given his principles, there was no way he could let Blackbeard's betrayal go unpunished. But with Ryunosuke's involvement, and now the chaos caused by the Golden Lion's arrival, the situation had gotten murky. Yes, the world's strongest man was hesitating. To kill Blackbeard for his crimes, for the family he betrayed, for the honor lost. Was it worth risking his entire crew? That question plagued him. "Uncle Whitebeard, that gloomy look doesn't suit you." A familiar voice drifted over. Whitebeard turned sharply. "Ryunosuke? You brat. You're awake?" "I'm fine," Ryunosuke said, lifting his hand. A powerful aura surged from his body. Whitebeard's eyes lit up. Ryunosuke's strength had clearly risen again, drastically. "Captain, you've been unconscious for 5 days, Najenda said, walking up and handing him a stack of reports. "The Navy should be fully mobilized by now. Should we act now? Or wait?" Ryunosuke flipped through the intel calmly. Aside from his bounty being raised again, there wasn't much to note. After all, his killing of the Golden Lion had already shaken the world. Even the 4 emperors were beginning to fear his strength. The Navy had been making frantic preparations behind the scenes. "We go now," Ryunosuke said, smiling. "They're nearly ready. Let's not give them more time." Najenda nodded and moved swiftly to relay the order. While Ryunosuke had been unconscious, only Maki remained at his side. The other captains had gone on missions, except for the First Division, which stayed behind. Whitebeard observed the Dragon Hunter pirates silently. They reminded him of the old Roger pirates, not just fearless in battle, but precise. They'd gather intelligence fast, craft a solid plan, and then strike. Step by step, rising to the top. So, this is the leader of the new era? He watched Ace approach Ryunosuke to ask questions, while Vista and Akame sparred nearby. He never imagined seeing such a sight. Maybe, just maybe, the Whitebeard pirates' ongoing dilemma could be resolved through this new crew. Meanwhile, at Marineford. What the hell, you brat? You dare contact me at a time like this? Garp glared at the Den Den Mushi in front of him, anger radiating from his face. The call had come from none other than Ryunosuke. Luckily for him, it wasn't a face-to-face conversation. Otherwise, Garp might have smacked him on the spot. Uncle Garp, Ryunosuke's voice came calmly. Just follow my instructions. That way, no matter how this ends, the world government can't pin the blame on you. Garp's brow twitched. Ryunosuke never held much hatred toward the Navy. Sure, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the hypocrites within its ranks. But for steadfast men like Garp, who held onto their ideals, he held a certain respect. The sea still needed people like them. You dumb brat. Do you even know what you're doing? If I relay this to the world government, they'll shoot it down in a heartbeat. Have you lost your mind? Or did the golden lion rattle your brain too hard? Ryunosuke's proposal, to formally notify the 5 elders that the Navy was planning to resist the joint Whitebeard dragon hunter assault, and then request approval for such an operation, to Garp, it was nonsense, like taking off your pants just to fart. Was this kid turning into another Luffy? Old man, you're missing the point. The result may stay the same, but the process changes everything. And remember, it's not you making the decision, so it's not you taking the blame. Ryunosuke's tone sharpened. And just like that, Garp repeated the line and dumped the idea onto Sengoku's desk. Now, the ball was in Sengoku's court. What do you mean you're following Ryunosuke's suggestion? Sengoku asked, baffled. Why the hell would he tell you this? He's kinda half my grandson, Garp replied with a shrug. Anyway, I'm off to rest. We move tomorrow. No, we fight tomorrow. With that, he walked away like it wasn't his problem anymore. Sengoku clutched his forehead, watching the old man vanish. Unbelievable, I actually think the brat has a point. Vice Admiral Suru spoke up. This way, Sengoku, if things go sideways, the failure isn't on you. You just followed orders. Sengoku paused, eyes narrowing. After a moment, he reached for the Den Den Mushi. After receiving a call from Sengoku, Kong frowned in confusion. Sengoku, what do you mean by this? He asked. As a fleet admiral, you can make these kinds of decisions yourself. It was a valid question. Kong knew that in the past, even when the situation was more severe, Sengoku had never sought approval like this. Something was off. Still, Sengoku said slowly, this involves one of the 4 emperors. I believe it's necessary to report it to the 5 elders. The scale of this battle might go far beyond expectations. Kong narrowed his eyes. It was unusual. Sengoku was rarely so cautious. Despite his suspicions, Sengoku began to sugarcoat things, tossing in some flattery aimed at Kong and even the 5 elders. It wasn't typical of his character, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Eventually, Kong connected with the 5 elders. Sengoku didn't hold back, laying on the charm once more. Though the 5 elders didn't show visible pride, it was clear they didn't mind the flattery. And finally, they gave the green light, full force engagement was authorized. One day later, on the seas of the New World, Shanks, why are we here? Ben Beckman stood on the deck of the Red Force, eyes sharp as ever. The dragon hunters and the Whitebeard pirates are already heading to Marineford. If we're too late, we won't be able to catch up with anything. Shanks remained calm. Kaido is on the move, he said. He's planning to join the war too. Beckman's expression shifted. Kaido? I couldn't stop Ryunosuke. He's got his own reasons for fighting, Shanks continued. But Kaido, that monster cannot be allowed to reach Marineford. If he shows up, the entire island will be reduced to rubble. Noon. Off the coast of Marineford, 2 enormous pirate ships loomed on the horizon. At the same time, Blackbeard was dragged onto the execution platform. But instead of fear, his face wore a smug grin. Everything was going according to plan. As long as he could kill Whitebeard and claim the Tremor fruit, the next era would belong to him. Fleet Admiral, the dragon hunters have been spotted. The communications officer relayed the message quickly. Sengoku stood tall, his expression grave. All forces, prepare for special alert. The Whitebeard pirates and the dragon hunters are arriving. And that man, he's coming. Admirals barked orders as ranks of Marines marched out in formation. The whole square was bracing for war. Overhead, the news seagulls circled, live broadcasting was underway. Sengoku had arranged everything. Whatever happened today, the world would see it. Aboard the extremely evil warship, Ryunosuke sat at the bow, wind rustling through his dark coat. In front of him floated his system panel. Host. Ryunosuke, age, 22, abilities, super swordsmanship, super assassination technique, advanced armament hockey, advanced observation hockey, intermediate conqueror's hockey, Rinnegan. Items. Aim no Habakiri, life essence reputation value, 114,000. Total reputation value, 789,000. Crew. 1st Division Captain. Najenda, Akame ga Kill. 1st Division Member. Akame ga Kill. 1st Division Member. Tatsumi, Akame ga Kill. 1st Division Member. Mine, Akame ga Kill. Night Raid Group recruitment conditions met. 2nd Division Captain. Krollo, Hunter x Hunter. 2nd Division Member. Maki, Hunter x Hunter. 2nd Division Member. Uvajin, Hunter x Hunter. Phantom Troop Group recruitment conditions met. 3rd Division Captain. Pain, Naruto. 3rd Division Captain. Hellpath, Naruto. 6 Paths of Pain. Pain Group recruitment conditions met. Special Crew. Enel, Mario, Kuina, Rolke, Hawkins. Territories and Reputation Generation. Whiskey Peak, 59 points. Sky Island, 218 points. Alabasta, 392 points. Kingdom of Akaslan, 12,000 points. Ryunosuke leaned forward, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Akame, doesn't the Kingdom of Akaslan ring a bell? He asked. The one in the East Blue? Akame tilted her head. You crushed their slave trade ship ages ago. Remember? The kingdom got wrecked after that. I think one of the pirate crews took over afterward. Before Akame could finish, Kuina stepped in, arms crossed. They gave up resisting and now worship you. That's why the place shows up as a place of faith. Oh, right, Ryunosuke laughed. It's been a while, I forgot. The passage of time had buried that memory under countless battles and conquests. Najenda, he called out, send a team to secure Akaslan. It's our territory now. Meanwhile, aboard the Mobi, Jozu squinted at the dragon hunter ships closing in. Why do they look so relaxed? He muttered. Don't they realize they're heading into Marineford? Marco looked over, his tone calm. That's how they always are. But yeah, I'm worried too. Whitebeard's condition hadn't been stable for some time. Even with rest, this battle could push him back to relying on IV drips again. Still, Marco added, worrying won't help, right, Ace? Ace smiled, eyes focused. Brother Ryunosuke, he's a miraculous guy. I believe in him. Marco sighed. Ace's loyalty ran so deep that even if Ryunosuke claimed to have created the sea, Ace would probably nod and say he believed it. Finally, 2 massive ships sailed into Marineford's inner bay. The island was now within reach. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed from the bow of the Mobi. We're back again, Sengoku. Hand over Blackbeard and we'll leave in peace. His voice boomed like thunder. After all, their only goal was to retrieve Blackbeard. Fighting would come only if the Navy refused to negotiate. From the side, Doflamingo strutted into view, grinning wildly. Foo, Whitebeard himself. This'll be fun. Behind him stood Bartholomew Kuma, silent and still. Farther away, Hawkeye unsheathed his blade, eyes locked onto Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, huh? Let's see for myself. With no hesitation, he unleashed a slash, the first strike of a battle that would shake the world. Sengoku gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected things to explode this fast. A massive slash cut through the sky like a divine judgment. It surged straight toward Whitebeard, threatening to tear him apart. Boom! Hawkeye Mahawk. Even if you're the strongest swordsman in the world, I won't let you touch Pops. Jozu stepped forward in an instant, transforming his body into shimmering diamond. He intercepted the slash head-on. The devastating blow was completely blocked. At that moment, Vista, hardened through intense training under Ryunosuke's command, charged forward. Flower sword Vista? Clang. Mihawk casually raised his black blade, Yuru, parrying Vista's twin swords with apparent ease. After all, he was the world's strongest swordsman. HMPH. Vista moved with seamless speed. Without warning, he reached into his coat and tossed a handful of rose petals at Mihawk. What the? Caught off guard, Mihawk instinctively dodged. He had no idea what those petals might be, some secret technique, perhaps. Vista was the flower sword, after all. But the petals were strangely dense, and completely odorless. Cautiously, Mihawk touched one with the edge of Yuru. They're just regular rose petals. His expression darkened. Are all of Whitebeard's crew this pathetic? You dare insult my black blade Yuru with such childish tricks? Prepare to be cut down. Mihawk's eyes sharpened with fury. Petals? Really? He considered Vista more of a clown than a swordsman now. Should have been called Show-Off Vista. Fueled by anger, Mihawk struck back with overwhelming force. Vista was quickly overwhelmed, not because he was weak, but because Mihawk was just that terrifying. Every swing of Mihawk's blade felt like a fully charged finishing move. How do you even fight something like this? Suddenly, a calm but firm voice cut through the tension. Ise Shinryu. Flow. It was Kuina. Burn. Akame joined her, charging into the fray. Kuina skillfully deflected Mihawk's strike, neutralizing its force with Ise Shinryu's guiding technique. In that narrow window, Akame struck with surgical precision. Clang. Their blades clashed. Mihawk, for the first time in the fight, paused his relentless assault. The Dragon Hunter pirates. Kuina. Akame. Soyur. Swish. Before Mihawk could finish, the two launched another coordinated strike. He was taken aback. Not only had someone dared to interrupt him mid-sentence, but they were actively pressuring him. No respect for his usual theatrics. Mihawk was no stranger to posturing. He built his identity on being untouchable. But Akame, she only knew how to kill. And Kuina, she wasn't fighting just to win. She was absorbing Mihawk's swordsmanship, integrating it into her own. Every clash taught her something new. They didn't care about death. In fact, neither of them feared it. Because before setting out, they had already entrusted their blood to Ryunosuke. With resurrection assured, they fought recklessly, without hesitation. The boldness of their assault left everyone stunned. Even Vista, still holding his dual swords, stood awkwardly on the sidelines, unsure of what to do next. But no one was more shaken than Mihawk himself. Their swordsmanship wasn't on par with his, but their will surpassed his own. He came seeking a duel, to challenge Whitebeard's rumored swordsmen, to test their mettle. But these two, they weren't here to test anything. They were here to die, or to kill without hesitation. What kind of training forged such monsters? His gaze drifted toward the massive, ominous ship hovering over the battlefield. The ship of the Dragon Hunter pirates, and standing at its helm, Ryunosuke. This wasn't just another era born from the Navy's incompetence. No, Mihawk now understood. This man was the real deal. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sengoku, it seems negotiations are off the table. Then we fight. Whitebeard's declaration echoed like thunder. Ace wasted no time, charging forward. That's Fire Fist Ace. Stop him now, swish. Before they could react, Admiral Aokiji stepped forward. With a calm wave of his hand, the sea before him rose and instantly froze. Ice Spear. Massive ice spikes, thick as palace pillars, shot toward Ace like missiles. White Emperor Flame God. Ace brought his palms together, some intense blue-white flames. The fire burst downward, melting the ice into nothingness. He landed on the frozen sea, blue-white fire swirling around him, distorting the very air. Gasps rippled through the battlefield. Ace's power had grown far beyond what their intel had suggested. Navy. This is the Whitebeard pirates' family matter, stay out of it. Or else. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed another blast. This time, the flames weren't just blue-white, they had hints of cyan, burning hotter than ever. Even Aokiji took it seriously. He raised a massive ice wall to shield himself. It worked, but only barely. The wall melted under the pressure. TCH. Marco joined the fray, followed by the rest of Whitebeard's crew. The battlefield exploded into a chaotic melee. Not far away, Doflamingo approached a silent figure. Foo. Let's make a deal. Join me. Whitebeard's unprotected. If we team up, we can take him down. Doflamingo grinned at the emotionless man in front of him, Tendo Pain. But Yahiko merely turned and asked quietly, "Have you ever felt pain?" Doflamingo's smirk froze. He thought Pain was just another one of the 7 warlords. He thought he could manipulate him. But that single word, pain, cut deep. He remembered everything. Once a celestial dragon. Now reduced to a warlord. A lost family. A dying mother. A father he killed himself. A brother he had to put down. Pain, he lived in it, so you don't want to work together. Next time, I'll kill you. Doflamingo turned to leave, his tone colder than before. Kill me, Shinra Tensai. Pain raised his hand. Doflamingo's body was yanked forward uncontrollably by the repulsive force. 5 color strings. Doflamingo struck back instantly, slicing through the air. Behind him, Bartholomew Kuma raised a paw, charging a shockwave. Before diplomacy could even begin, war broke out between the warlords themselves. Seeing the chaos unfold before him, Sengoku sighed helplessly. As expected, the 7 warlords of the sea were completely uncontrollable. In a battle of this scale, they weren't just unhelpful, they were liable to start fighting each other over the smallest provocation. And when beings of their power clashed, the collateral damage could be catastrophic. Ha. I've got Whitebeard's head. Crocodile suddenly appeared out of nowhere, launching himself straight at Whitebeard with murderous intent. Boom! A massive fist, radiating overwhelming haki, smashed into Crocodile midair and sent him flying. Though he managed to turn into sand just in time to avoid serious injury, he still didn't land a single hit on Whitebeard. This is the man Ace looks up to. You think I'd let you kill him? Crocodile, I'll be your opponent. Luffy stepped in front of Whitebeard, glaring at Crocodile with resolve. He knew how powerful Crocodile was. Whitebeard, despite his fearsome strength, was clearly aging, and with Ace already engaged with the Navy, Luffy had taken it upon himself to help protect the old man his brother respected so deeply. Ace's little brother? Whitebeard chuckled at the sight of Luffy. He's a good kid. Luffy, not bad, another voice chimed in. Ryunosuke appeared, grinning. Your strength's gone up a notch. Ahaha, brother Ryunosuke. Luffy beamed as he spotted him. He was so caught up in the reunion that he completely forgot Crocodile was still nearby and dangerous. TCH. What kind of joke is this? Desert Spada, Desert Sword. Crocodile's arm morphed into a massive blade of sand, slicing toward Luffy and Whitebeard. Perfume Femur. Fragrant Kick. Crocodile. What the hell do you think you're doing to my Luffy? Boa Hancock appeared in a flash, launching a furious kick that interrupted Crocodile's attack. Seeing her enraged expression, Crocodile froze for a moment. Wait, his Luffy? What's going on? The hell did he miss? Before he could even process it, Hancock's second strike was already incoming, and with her around, he couldn't afford to be distracted, even for a second. Facing the Empress's wrath, even someone like Crocodile had to take her seriously. Just like that, 2 warlords were now clashing again. The battlefield shifted as their fight escalated. Navy soldiers who didn't react fast enough were either turned to stone by Hancock or drained of moisture by Crocodile. This was exactly why Sengoku was exasperated. These so-called allies fought however they pleased, completely ignoring how much harm they caused to the Navy's own forces. Captain, can we join the fight too? Crollo watched the ongoing battle, itching to jump in. The scale of this war was far beyond anything they dealt with before. This was the real thing. Not yet, Ryunosuke replied. Everyone's still just testing the waters. He pointed toward a man in yellow. See that guy? That's your target. The moment Kizaru moves, go at him full force. What about us? Najenda stepped up, clearly impatient. Akame had already joined the fray, while the rest of the Dragon Hunter pirates were still holding back. Only Kuina and Akame had been sent out so far. The others were still waiting. Ryunosuke thought for a moment. Looks like the Navy's not planning to go all out just yet. In that case, I'll go first. Boom, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Ryunosuke's body. He blasted off at lightning speed, heading straight for the high platform, directly toward Garp. "I'll take this one," Garp said firmly, already moving before anyone else could react. Both pirates and Navy soldiers instinctively scattered as the two heavyweights collided. Whether it was Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates or Garp, the Navy's legendary hero, their clash wasn't something ordinary people could survive being near. Just being in the vicinity of their battle meant risking death or severe injury. Bang! Their fists slammed together in a thunderous clash. Garp stood his ground, while Ryunosuke was knocked back. Garp's infamous iron fist hadn't lost its edge, not even with age. "Damn old man. You're not holding back at all," Ryunosuke grinned as he stabilized in midair. "And I actually respected you, Dragon Hunter armor." Dragon roar. In a flash, Ryunosuke equipped his armor and drew his weapon, the Dragon Roar. A terrifying power began to surge. Boom! A colossal shockwave blasted out of his weapon. Though Garp managed to dodge at the last second, the blast tore straight through Marineford itself. A gaping hole melted and burned its way across the island, leaving devastation in its path. Garp's face paled at the sight. What the hell is that weapon? Weren't we supposed to act this out? How the hell am I supposed to keep pretending with this guy running wild? While Ryunosuke and Garp were duking it out, Chrollo rushed Kizaru. Their fighting styles were brutal and straightforward, blinding speed, raw power, and explosive shockwaves. In no time, they cleared the surrounding area and relocated their duel to another part of the island. Elsewhere, Tatsumi faced off against Vice Admirals Onigumo. Mine positioned herself on a ship's deck, aiming at Sengoku with her sniper turret. The intensity of the moment pushed her focus to its peak. Boom! Her shot struck Sengoku's golden Buddha form dead on. The Dragon Hunter pirates had finally entered the fray, and their arrival turned the tide into utter mayhem. The battle was now at full intensity. On the execution platform, Blackbeard stood frozen in shock. Is this really going according to plan? His wrists were still shackled in seastone cuffs. The Navy's top-tier combatants were all tied up. If someone decided to take him out right now, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He needed to remove these cuffs, fast. "Blackbeard, you want to fight, right?" A calm voice came from the side. "Here." Suri casually tossed him a key. Blackbeard stared at it, baffled. "What the hell? We planned this whole damn operation together, and now you just throw me a key like this is some side quest." Still, he didn't have time to complain. He quickly snatched the key and began unlocking the cuffs. "Blackbeard's trying to escape," a thunderous voice rang out. It was Enel, who until now hadn't moved a muscle during the whole fight. Suddenly, a monstrous bolt of lightning came crashing down from the heavens, slamming straight into Blackbeard. "Og!" His scream echoed across Marineford. At that moment, Blackbeard genuinely wanted to die. Enel had been just waiting for him to remove the cuffs. If anyone thought this wasn't premeditated, they were delusional. Thankfully, his body could endure a lot. He'd activated his power just in time to absorb most of the lightning. But the pain? The pain was unbearable. Every nerve in his body was on fire. At that moment, something felt off. According to the plan, shouldn't they be coordinating their actions with Ryunosuke and the others by now? And with Sakazuki not in on the script, the clash was supposed to appear more realistic, raw and chaotic. So why were the 7 warlords of the sea acting now? "Enel, what the hell are you doing?" Blackbeard shouted, eyes wide as he reeled from absorbing a massive jolt of lightning. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had a deal with the world government. This operation was supposed to be a collaboration. But clearly, Enel's attack just now wasn't staged, it was meant to kill. "What? You're a criminal the Navy plans to execute publicly," Enel said coldly, lightning crackling across his body. "Trying to escape now? As a warlord, I'm well within my rights to eliminate you. So, are you ready to die?" Another wave of terrifying electricity burst from him, forcing both Marines and pirates nearby to retreat. Everyone knew Enel's lightning didn't discriminate. "Damn it, what the hell are the Navy playing at? This isn't the script we agreed on," Blackbeard growled as he turned and ran, dodging another bolt. The last thing he wanted was to get stuck fighting Enel. Especially not now, he could feel it. Whitebeard had locked onto him with observation haki. If he didn't get out of here fast, he'd die on this battlefield. Boom! Whitebeard suddenly raised his hand and brought it down, fracturing the very space in front of Blackbeard. Cracks of pure pressure and tremor energy tore the air apart. The world twisted. In an instant, Marineford itself shifted, dislocated like a cracked jigsaw puzzle, bringing Whitebeard closer to Blackbeard in a blink. Teach, Whitebeard bellowed as he raised his massive naginata and slashed down. Clang! A blazing figure shot forward, intercepting the blade with a fiery kick. Sakazuki. The Navy's rabid dog had entered the stage, unscripted. This criminal will be judged by the Navy. It's not your place, he barked. Whitebeard, today. Boom! He didn't even get to finish. Whitebeard's fist, wreathed in the power of the tremor fruit, smashed straight into his head and drove him into the ground. Whitebeard didn't even glance back. His eyes locked on Blackbeard once more. As he'd promised Ryunosuke, he wouldn't bother with high-ranking Navy officials unless he could kill them. And Sakazuki? Strong, sure, but not enough to withstand Whitebeard's full fury. Pops! Let me handle him. Ace came rushing in, flames bursting around him. Flame Emperor Spear. A long, blazing spear of fire formed in his hand and launched toward the fleeing Blackbeard. Wounded, distracted, and hunted, Blackbeard had no chance to dodge. Shunk! The spear pierced him clean through, fire erupting from the wound and igniting his body in searing pain. Quadruple A Erk, Blackbeard screamed, rolling on the ground as the flames consumed him. Ace stared, stunned. What the hell? That hit his heart, he should be dead. But Blackbeard kept squirming, the flames slowly devoured by writhing darkness. He's still alive, be careful, Ace, Whitebeard warned, lifting his weapon again. This bastard's hiding more secrets than we know. Like hell I'll let you finish him, Magma Meteor. Sakazuki erupted into the air, magma spewing from his body. High above the battlefield, he unleashed a massive barrage, aiming straight for Whitebeard. Blackbeard had to die, by Navy hands. If he didn't, this entire war would be an embarrassment to their authority. This damn Akainu, Whitebeard growled. If you want to butt in that badly, then fine, I'll crush you like the mud you are. Ace, don't let Blackbeard escape. I'll deal with this clown. He turned and punched the air. The very space shattered, intercepting the magma meteors mid-air and dispelling them with tremor shockwaves. Then, his naginata flared with haki, heaven-cleaving slash. Whitebeard didn't just possess monstrous strength and a world-breaking devil fruit. He was also a terrifyingly skilled swordsman. His past duels with Roger proved that his blade work rivaled even Kazuki Oden's. Sakazuki was blown away. Damn, it's not just his body, his swordsmanship too. He crashed into the ground, breathing heavily, yet he stood, refusing to back down. Justice wouldn't let him retreat. Not now. As he stared at Whitebeard, he told himself, if I hold him here long enough, the others will come. We'll kill him together. He had faith, in the Navy, in his comrades, in his justice. But there was one thing he forgot, his relationship with the others. Across the battlefield, Kuzan and Kizaru exchanged glances. Something's wrong here, Aokiji muttered. Did we get a fake script or something? Kizaru shrugged. Well, at least Akainu fighting Whitebeard matches the script. Kinda. Let's take it easy unless we absolutely have to act. After all, the chaos unfolding now was way off script. Even Sengoku was confused. The battlefield had become a complete mess. The 7 warlords of the sea were out of control, doing their own thing. The Empress was guarding Luffy like a lioness. Hawkeye was casually dueling the 2 girls from the Dragon Hunter pirates. Doflamingo and a pacifista were locked in a weird skirmish with members of Akatsuki. And Enel and Ace were ganging up on Blackbeard. Only Mariah looked semi-normal, though he was just standing there, not doing anything productive. Until Crocodile showed up. Then the two started dancing? Yeah, the whole thing was a circus. Even Sengoku, struck by mine earlier, had entered the battlefield personally. But now he was wandering around with no clear enemy in sight. Only Suru remained on the high platform, watching it all unfold. Her face darkened with concern. This wasn't how the operation was supposed to go. Everything was unraveling. And the worst part, she had no idea what Ryunosuke and Garp were planning. On the outskirts of Marineford, far from the chaos of the main battlefield, Ryunosuke and Garp sat together in a large crater. "Oi, brat," Garp mumbled, chewing on a senbei. "Is it really alright for us to be sitting here eating snacks?" He glanced toward the distant battlefield where explosions and clashing powers lit up the sky. "There's a war going on out there. If someone spots us slacking off like this, wouldn't it look, bad?" Unfazed, Ryunosuke calmly took a bite of his apple and replied, "Nothing bad about it. If we join the fight now, all we'll do is raise the death toll. It won't change the outcome one bit." Without warning, he raised his fist and slammed it into the ground. The crater they were in widened further, deepening with cracks and rubble. This had become a routine. Every few minutes, they'd punch the ground, just enough to make it seem like a battle was raging from afar. Garp frowned. "So, what's your plan here, kid? This mess doesn't change much for the Dragon Hunter pirates. The Whitebeard pirates, not even the Navy. Best case scenario, Blackbeard gets killed, and the rest get out alive. Even then, all it really does is shift the Navy HQ somewhere else. And what's the point of that?" Ryunosuke finished chewing before answering, "We're going to the New World." Garp blinked. "The New World? What's the difference? Marine HQ is Marine HQ. Whether it's here or over there. As long as the world government's in charge, nothing really changes." Ryunosuke shook his head. "Think about it, Uncle Garp. What is the New World? If the Navy relocates there, it puts them closer to the four emperors and the real action. Whether it's launching assaults or securing routes, everything becomes easier from there. And ask yourself, why did the world government want the Navy to stay here for so long? When the Navy finally pulls out, the balance they tried so hard to maintain starts to crumble. But the changes won't be immediate. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. The world government won't notice until it's too late." He grinned. "Smart, right?" Garp was quiet for a moment, then chuckled. Boom! He punched the ground, creating a shockwave that dwarfed Ryunosuke's earlier strike. "You old geezer," Ryunosuke muttered, amused. "Still competitive, huh? By the way, Uncle Garp, do you have Conqueror's Haki? Can you teach me how to use it?" As he asked, a surge of Conqueror's Haki pulsed from his body, causing the air to tremble slightly. Garp looked at him, eyebrow raised. "Teach you? Conqueror's Haki isn't something you learn. It awakens naturally. Everyone uses it differently. The intensity and control just vary." He raised his fist, and with a hum of power, both armament and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it like a living storm. Ryunosuke's eyes sharpened. So this is Conqueror's Haki infusion. He could feel the raw oppression radiating from Garp's punch. If they fought seriously, he was certain the two of them alone could bring down all of Marineford. "Damn, that pressure's insane." He let out a breath. "Any tips on how to get stronger with it?" Garp shrugged. "There's no real trick. You want to improve? Then fight more. With it. Let your Conqueror's Haki clash with others. That's how it grows. Now watch closely." Boom! Without warning, Garp lunged and threw a punch. Ryunosuke casually tossed his apple core into the air and exploded with energy, strength enhancement, armament Haki, and his monstrous physique surged in unison. Then, boom! Their fists collided. The shockwave flattened the nearby terrain. Rocks shattered. Trees snapped. Dust filled the air. Ryunosuke stepped back slightly, breathing evenly. Then, he froze. Around him, a strange force field shimmered into existence. In this space, his senses sharpened. His awareness of his body reached new levels. Every muscle, every tendon, every internal pulse. He could feel it all. Is this inner vision? He thought. He'd only read about it in cultivation novels. Yet here it was. A moment later, the energy around him grew. His Conqueror's Haki surged stronger, its aura thick and blazing. "This feels like the Sulong form of the Mink tribe," he muttered. Could Conqueror's Haki actually be a super buff? As quickly as it appeared, the force field faded. But Garp was already coming at him again. Sneak attacks are a bad habit, old man." Ryunosuke paused mid-sentence. His observation Haki picked something up. "Vice Admiral Suru." Sure enough, Suru was approaching, clearly trying to figure out what they were doing. But when she saw the battlefield, scarred earth, collapsed terrain, residual hockey pressure everywhere, she was stunned. This doesn't look staged. If she were the director of this act, she'd have fainted from frustration. The script had clearly been tossed aside. Elsewhere, Sengoku was also frustrated. With no viable targets left, he turned his attention to Chrollo. The moment he attacked, Chrollo, Tatsumi, and Maki rushed in to intercept. From a distance, Main rained down long-range attacks. Sengoku was overwhelmed. His golden Buddha form gave him defense, but even he knew he couldn't hold out forever. The form consumed too much stamina. Meanwhile, chaos reigned across the battlefield. Blackbeard, under heavy bombardment from Ace and Enel, looked like a mess, his clothes torn, his face bruised, but he kept getting up. This bastard really is built like a tank. Any other man would have died a dozen times over. Yet, even as he screamed and staggered under the assault, Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter. Z ha 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 ha. He leapt onto the execution platform, arms spread wide, grinning like a madman. Watch closely, this world will be reshaped by me, Blackbeard. Today marks the dawn of a new era. Darkness surged behind him, crackling with lightning and flickering with flames. An immense, monstrous aura erupted from his body. Hearing Blackbeard's boastful declaration, the entire battlefield momentarily paused. Everyone glanced in his direction with varying degrees of confusion. Did he get hit in the head or something? Most didn't take him seriously. Enel and Ace, knowing Blackbeard's powers, had kept their distance the entire time. Both were using elemental attacks that didn't require getting close. Hawkeye Mahawk, getting distracted in the middle of a fight, that's hardly the mark of a true swordsman, Kuina chided, blade flashing as she launched another strike. Yeah, Akame added, her voice cold. Being underestimated pisses me off. They attacked in tandem once more. Oi, why are you staring at me like that? Doflamingo snapped, his tone sharp and agitated. We're both Shichibukai, shouldn't we be dealing with the real pirates here? He looked miserable. Tendo Pain was a complete cheat code. Doflamingo couldn't beat him, and every time he tried to escape, Pain would just use Shinra Tensai and send him flying back into the fight. And the pacifists? Completely useless. They were like junk metal before Yahiko. Shockwaves, nullified. Strings, torn apart. Doflamingo was slowly losing it. He'd even forgotten why he brought the pacifists in the first place. Right now, he had just one goal: get the hell away from Yahiko. The worst part? He still had no idea why he was being targeted. Shichibukai, Yahiko repeated with a scoff. Your title means nothing to me. I just don't like you, and if you don't know Pain, I'll make sure you learn. Without waiting for a reply, Yahiko attacked again. Doflamingo had no intention of debating with this lunatic. What the hell is his logic? He thought. Why am I the one being punished here? But Yahiko wasn't giving him a chance to complain. Across the battlefield, similar chaos unfolded. Some continued to fight. Some stayed on the sidelines, choosing to observe or recover. Blackbeard's earlier declaration had landed like a pebble in the ocean, causing a small ripple before quickly fading into irrelevance. He stood awkwardly on the execution platform, arms spread wide, trying to look imposing. Ace, Enel said slowly, frowning. Are you sure we're targeting the right guy? He pointed a finger at his temple. Maybe, Ace muttered. Either way, let's just kill him. He prepared another attack. Blackbeard had envisioned this moment as his grand entrance, where he'd shake the world and seize the spotlight. But he was wrong. He wasn't the protagonist. No one was paying him any attention. Even Whitebeard was locked in a fierce battle with Akainu, who fought like a feral beast. Not even Whitebeard could afford to ignore him. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Blackbeard's body. Electricity and flames exploded outward, enhanced and amplified, surging in all directions. Ace and Enel immediately backed off. The pacifists caught in the blast were instantly destroyed. Even nearby Navy and pirate soldiers were caught in the crossfire. Casualties skyrocketed. That was enough for the rest of the bloodthirsty combatants to turn their attention to Blackbeard. Black ha 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 ha. Now you're watching, aren't you? The era of Blackbeard begins today. He laughed maniacally, finally getting the attention he craved. Boom! Sengoku appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at him. With one massive arm, he smashed Blackbeard mid-sentence. Blackbeard had wanted to use this war as a stage to make himself known. But Sengoku had other ideas. The number of dead and injured Navy soldiers had pushed him over the edge. Enough of this crap, Sengoku roared, fists slamming into Blackbeard over and over again. Blackbeard could absorb elemental attacks, sure, but he was trash when it came to physical blows. Blood gushed from his mouth as Sengoku's fists crashed into him. Seeing their chance, Ace and Enel leapt in. Crack! A lightning blade and a blade of fire pierced Blackbeard's body at the same time. But instead of a scream, what followed was, zihahahaha. Zihahahaha. Blackbeard didn't fall, he laughed. Then, the change began. Blue flames began to flicker and rise around him. Black claws extended. His body started growing, mutating. He was no longer a man. A monstrous figure slowly emerged from the blue fire, black fur, glowing eyes, and 3 massive heads. A 3-headed dog. What the hell is that? Wasn't he the user of the dark fruit? How is this happening? No, that's the dog fruit, mythical zone type. Hell 3-headed dog. Seriously? You know this stuff? Panic spread as Blackbeard's form grew larger and more terrifying? Animal-type devil fruits weren't rare, but mythical zones? That was a different story. Marco's phoenix, Kaido's dragon. Each one was an ultra-rare existence, monsters in both power and potential. Now Blackbeard had one. But wasn't the whole reason Whitebeard's crew went after him because he killed Thatch for the dark fruit? What the hell was going on? Yo, Ace, Enel muttered. You forgot to tell me this guy had a mythical zone fruit? I didn't know either, Ace shouted. Pops! He turned and fled, not wanting to waste another second. The moment Ace retreated, everyone nearby backed off too. The Dragon Hunter pirates were the first to vanish. While others were still reacting, Crollo and his group were already back on their ship. The Akatsuki pirates and Thunder God pirates joined them soon after. Even the Empress made her way over, drawn by Luffy's presence. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Shichibukai were gathered on one ship. The navy was completely thrown into disarray. What is going on? Who's on whose side anymore? Even Mihawk decided it wasn't worth sticking around. He silently turned his tiny boat around and sailed off. Better to train Zoro and Monkey than get caught in this nonsense. Doflamingo could barely hold back his rage. The Akatsuki pirate he'd been fighting turned out to be a member of the Dragon Hunter pirates. And the pacifists? Scrap metal. No, wait, they weren't even scrap anymore. Yahiko took them. These bastards, they're so broke they're stealing trash. At this moment, after a brief period of confusion, the navy began to regroup. Before long, they had all assembled behind Sengoku. A line of admirals and several of the most powerful officers in the world stood with grave expressions, their eyes fixed on the chaos ahead. Aokiji and Kizaru had retreated from the battlefield and now stood to Sengoku's left and right. Only Akainu seemed lost, still dazed from his earlier clash with Whitebeard. What the hell is that? Akainu stared at the monstrous 3-headed hellhound before him, dumbfounded. But then it clicked. This wasn't a devil fruit ability registered with the navy. Which meant, this thing was with the pirates, and since the others had all fallen back, this was obviously a prime opportunity for him to shine. No hesitation. Thinking this was his chance to show off, Sakazuki launched forward and engaged the beast head-on. Meanwhile, Garp and Suru returned to Sengoku's side. Sengoku, what's going on here? Garp asked, watching the wild scene with furrowed brows. Shouldn't we be out there instead of hiding back here with Ryunosuke? From the outside, it looked like they were doing nothing. The battlefield appeared brutal, but in truth, they were just sitting back, like they were watching a theater show. All that was missing were some stools, melon seeds, and peanuts. This level of slacking was impressive, even by his standards. Akainu's fighting Blackbeard, Sengoku replied grimly. That bastard's trying to take advantage of our war with Whitebeard and the Dragon Hunter pirates. He's hoping to showcase his strength and make a name for himself. He wants the world to recognize his power. That's his whole plan. Sengoku offered his analysis, though he still didn't fully understand the situation himself. This wasn't a proper war anymore, it was more like a chaotic mess. Everyone fighting everyone. No clear lines, total confusion. Isn't that exactly what Ryunosuke predicted earlier? Garp muttered. Ryunosuke had told Garp from the start, Blackbeard's real goal was to become famous, to use this battlefield as his stage before building his own super-powered pirate crew. After all, the only way to attract strong allies was to prove you were strong enough to lead them. Guys like Luffy were exceptions, recruiting powerhouses without status or reputation. That kind of luck was rare. Not everyone had the luxury of being the story's chosen son. Ryunosuke sighed, Captain, are you sure we're just going to sit here? If we strike now, we can probably take Blackbeard out for good. Chrollo's voice was tinged with excitement. He didn't personally hate Blackbeard, but ever since the guy turned into a mythical beast, Chrollo couldn't help but want to collect him. That monstrous form, it was screaming to be turned into a specimen. No need to rush, Ryunosuke said, calm as ever. That's not our objective. We've already achieved what we came for. Now, we just wait for the end. He turned toward Yahiko. You ready? Almost, Yahiko replied. Captain, can I borrow that warship over there? He pointed to a nearby marine vessel. Ryunosuke gave a nod, go ahead. From here on out, we just sit back and enjoy the show. Let the Navy handle the cleanup. If they don't take some action, they'll just end up shutting themselves down. Ryunosuke chuckled. He didn't know if the Navy was done for yet, but Akainu definitely was. First, he got thrashed by Whitebeard. Now, he was the only one stupid enough to fight Blackbeard alone. And Blackbeard wasn't just tough, he had resilience too, more than Akainu. Most of Akainu's magma attacks were ineffective. One of Blackbeard's heads swallowed the magma whole. Another reflected it back. Physical and sword attacks? They barely scratched the surface. The guy had a massive health pool. It wasn't going to be a quick kill. And all the while, Akainu had to guard against counterattacks. Let me help you. A calm voice interrupted from behind Akainu. Why are you, Ryunosuke? Sakazuki staggered back the moment he saw him. Ryunosuke was a pirate too. His sudden appearance couldn't mean anything good. Shit, Blackbeard caught sight of Ryunosuke and immediately bolted. He wasn't afraid of most people entering the battlefield. But Ryunosuke? That was a different story. Last time, the guy nearly killed him. He had zero interest in another fight under these conditions. He expelled all the magma he had swallowed earlier, then opened up a dark void and vanished into it. Leaving just like that. Ryunosuke blinked, dumbfounded. He hadn't even lifted a finger yet. He just wanted to watch and maybe observe how Blackbeard's unique physique handled multiple devil fruits. That kind of data would have been useful for future battles. But before he could do anything, the bastard ran off. And Akainu, still suspicious of him. Ryunosuke let out a sigh. Guess that's it, then. With that, he rose into the air. Appearing alongside him was Yahiko, Tendo Pain. Akatsuki. You're a warlord of the sea, Sengoku shouted, his eyes widening. He didn't know what they were planning, but whatever it wasn't good. Akatsuki? No, Yahiko replied, his voice steady. That's just our code name. We've never called ourselves the Akatsuki Pirates. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Tendo Pain, Yahiko. Captain of the 3rd Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Tengai Shinsei. He pressed his palms together. 2 massive meteorites manifested in the sky and plummeted toward the earth. Well, I'll join in too, Ryunosuke said casually, mirroring the same motion. 4 enormous meteorites now thundered toward the battlefield, stunning everyone present. HMPH, at that moment, Suru sprang into action. She leapt into the air and crossed her arms. The nearest meteorite slowed, then stopped mid-air, washed clean and hung out to dry by her devil fruit ability. But the rest of the pirates had already begun to evacuate. You came here today, huh? Suru said coldly. Then don't think you're leaving so easily. Marineford is not a place you can waltz in and out of at will. She was pissed. Everything had spiraled out of control. If this didn't end cleanly, it would look like the world government had lost all authority. More importantly, the Navy's dignity had been trampled. And that was something she would never allow. With a wave of her hand, the outer walls crumbled away. They had been camouflaged by her powers until now. Behind them, massive artillery barrels were revealed, one after another. Previously concealed by Suru's ability, they now stood tall, ready to fire. "Jigodu, it's your show now," Yahiko said calmly. With that, the Dragon Hunter crew began their retreat. Boom boom boom. Shells fired like a torrential storm. But just then, several figures stepped forward, pacifistas. WHRRRRRRR, boom. Laser beams burst forth from their mouths, intercepting the oncoming shells. Pacifistas? The battlefield exploded into uproar. They could understand betrayal by humans, but machines? Since when did emotionless cyborgs turn traitor? Had the world government screwed up again? Everyone turned toward Doflamingo suspiciously. Oi, what the hell are you all looking at me for? I only brought one, alright? Doflamingo held up his hands, clearly annoyed. Staring at the rows of pacifists in front of him, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Even though these emotionless war machines were originally under their control, seeing them turn on the Navy like this was unsettling. They still hadn't found a way to properly handle what Vegapunk had created. Kuzan. Sengoku turned to Aokiji and called out sharply. The fighting was over. Now it was time to clean up the mess. Upon hearing his name, Kuzan immediately stepped forward. A massive wall of ice soon rose before everyone's eyes. While it seemed easy for him to freeze and neutralize the pacifists, Kuzan knew better. If Ryunosuke and his crew were still present, he wouldn't dare act so carelessly. Machines weren't like humans. When facing someone of equal power, it was definitely easier to fight a machine. Boom boom boom. Just as the Navy began to relax, every pacifist exploded one after another. Sengoku had initially planned to have Borsellino deliver them to Vegapunk for inspection. But that idea had clearly gone up in smoke. Luckily, the entire battle had been broadcasted live. The world government would see everything. Sengoku, we should move headquarters. Garp walked up with a cheeky smile and whispered beside him. Move headquarters? Sengoku raised a brow. Marineford's location was chosen by the world government. Where exactly do you suggest we move it? Typical Garp. Wild ideas, just like when he was younger, only now, age hadn't slowed him down one bit. It was Ryunosuke's suggestion, Garp replied, scratching his head. Hearing that name, Sengoku's face darkened with frustration. Had Garp been completely brainwashed by that kid? Forget it. Let's deal with rebuilding Marineford first, Sengoku sighed. Most of the Navy's civilians and new recruits had been evacuated in time, but the casualties were still significant. All things considered, it could have been worse. Facing both the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Hunter pirates and still walking away with the Navy mostly intact was already an achievement. Especially the Dragon Hunter pirates, two captains who were on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. Crollo and the rest, every single one of them had strength equal to or surpassing the warlords. Even the 2 sisters under Ryunosuke's command could go toe-to-toe with Mihawk. Their overall combat strength far exceeded expectations. At this point, it was fair to say the Dragon Hunter pirates had reached Emperor-level status. And they had only been active for 2 years. That kind of meteoric rise was unheard of. What baffled Sengoku even more, how the hell did Ryunosuke manage to gather so many powerful individuals? What kind of charm or mysterious power did this young pirate possess that made all these monsters willingly follow him? Of course, no one would give Sengoku a straight answer to that. He glanced at the wreckage of Marineford and sighed again. Maybe Garp had a point. Maybe it was time to consider relocating Navy headquarters. There were far too many things that needed to be dealt with now. Meanwhile, a unique ship drifted into view just off the coast of Marineford. Looks like we're too late. Shanks gazed at the broken island, disappointment flickering across his face. The battle was clearly over. He'd wanted to arrive earlier, but dealing with Kaido had delayed him longer than expected. Shanks, maybe it's a good thing we didn't get involved in this one, Beckman said as he handed Shanks a video recorder. Though the war hadn't lasted an extremely long time, it had stretched out for nearly 2 full days. Shanks silently watched the footage, his expression gradually becoming more serious. The Dragon Hunter pirates. That crew was really put together by that kid? After watching everything, he couldn't help but mutter, "What the FCK?" Shanks had known a little about the Dragon Hunter pirates' strength before. But the Akatsuki pirates, and the Thunder God pirates? Both were newcomers who had quickly risen to fame in the Grand Line and had just been accepted as part of the 7 warlords of the sea. To think they were actually divisions under the Dragon Hunter pirates banner? It was hard to wrap his head around. At this rate, every powerful pirate or group that appeared felt like they had some connection to Ryunosuke. It was starting to feel less like a coincidence and more like fate. Shanks exhaled deeply. No need to head to Marineford anymore. Let's go find Ryunosuke instead. We need to figure out what exactly he's trying to do. And Blackbeard, that bastard's hiding way more than we thought. He set the recorder aside and gave new orders without hesitation. While the Navy had preserved most of its core strength, the balance of power on the sea had clearly shifted. With the Dragon Hunter pirates gaining strength and Blackbeard still lurking with unknown plans, the seas were going to erupt with chaos again. The mythical zone fruit, whatever form Blackbeard had taken, was clearly far more dangerous than it appeared. "Shanks, I don't think it's wise for us to contact the Dragon Hunter pirates right now," Beckman interrupted, his tone serious. "Whitebeard's crew already seems to have ties to them. If we also make contact, it'll raise a lot of eyebrows, especially during such a sensitive time. If 2 Emperor-level groups get close to them, the message we send could provoke the world government into an all-out assault. They'll want to nip this threat in the bud, no matter the cost." Of course, the world government already saw the Dragon Hunter pirates as pawns to be manipulated. But if the balance tipped too far, even pawns could become enemies. "I get it." Shanks nodded slowly, "but I still want to meet him." "Beckman, take care of what I told you earlier. I'll go on my own." Without waiting for a reply, Shanks disembarked alone. Beckman sighed, watching him go, still as reckless as ever. "Well, we'll go too. We've got other things to take care of." The Dragon Hunter pirates would need to be part of their long-term strategy, whether they liked it or not. The tides of the world were shifting again, and there was no way Shanks and his crew would be left out of it. As that thought settled in, Beckman pulled out his notebook and began to jot down names, plans, and possibilities. Baldigo, the White Earth Island. "Sabo, heading out again?" a revolutionary soldier asked with a smile, watching Sabo gear up. "Yeah, another mission. This one's important," Sabo replied with a casual grin. "Anything new going on at sea?" Sabo was well liked in the Revolutionary Army. Despite his strength, he never acted arrogant, and his easygoing personality made him approachable. "Big news, actually," the soldier said, rummaging for a newspaper. The Dragon Hunter pirates and Whitebeard pirates launched a full-on assault on Marineford. Heard some other groups joined in too. "Oh right. Even the Straw Hats. You know, the ones who beat up the celestial dragons in Sabodi Archipelago, were involved." Sabo's eyes lit up. His brothers had all taken part in this war. He took the newspaper eagerly. A wave of relief washed over him. Luffy's bounty had skyrocketed to 300 million berries. But what shocked him more was Ryunosuke's bounty. The Dragon Hunter pirates' captain had hit 1.5 billion berries. Morgan's article subtly compared the Dragon Hunter pirates to the Emperor-level pirate crews. The Shichibukai that the world government just recruited? Turns out they were Ryunosuke's subordinates all along. Even the mass-produced pacifistas designed by Vegapunk were stolen and deployed by the Dragon Hunter pirates. This wasn't just strength, it was influence. "Sabo? Something wrong?" asked Kurla as she walked over. "Nah. Let's go. We have a mission to do." He paused for a second. "The sea's about to go through a shake-up. It's our time to act." With that, Sabo and Kurla left to begin their mission. Meanwhile, Dragon read through intelligence reports, deep in thought. The strategic plan Ryunosuke had provided earlier had already been implemented in several regions under revolutionary control. In just 1 year, those areas had seen major improvements in both economy and happiness. The people, once desperate, were now willing to fight to defend their new lives. This kind of ideological shift surpassed even the effects of Commander Betty's encouragement fruit. Where was this kid from? Dragon rubbed his temple. The more he read, the more he wanted to meet Ryunosuke. But his schedule was packed. Finally, Dragon made up his mind. Ivankov, I'm leaving things in your hands for a month. Got it? Ivankov nodded, taking on the burden without complaint. Dragon turned toward the horizon, already planning his meeting with the man who might change the world. Back on the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, Enel leaned lazily against the railing. Captain, are we officially exposed now? I gotta say, being a Shichibukai had its perks. No one could touch us. We're heading into the new world, Ryunosuke replied, stepping onto the deck. Being a warlord means nothing there. Power talks, nothing else. He smiled faintly and disappeared into the cabin. Inside, Ryunosuke opened his system panel. After some Tatsumi, mine, and Uvajin during the last big event, his reputation points had taken a hit. Now, thanks to the Summit War and Morgan's live broadcast, his representative had skyrocketed, over 200,000. He was now just a bit shy of 1 million total. System, extract reputation value from the places of faith and belonging, he ordered. Ding! Total reputation value. 1 million. Reward. Random group unlock card. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Only one item? This system's stingy. Still, he knew this card was rare. Only through these cards could special groups be unlocked for recruitment. System, use the unlock card. Ding! SSS level group unlocked, the 7 deadly sins. Information streamed across the panel. Leader. Meliodas, Sin of Wrath, SSS level. Recruitment cost, 200,000. Member. Diane, Sin of Envy, SS level. Recruitment cost, 50,000. Member. Ban, Sin of Greed, SS level. Recruitment cost, 100,000. And then. Member. Escanor, Sin of Pride, SS level. Recruitment cost, 50,000. Ryunosuke froze. Escanor. For 50,000? Are you kidding me? That guy is basically a god. Meliodas could wait. For now, Escanor was the obvious choice. System, recruit Escanor. Time to bring the sun itself onto the battlefield. A week had passed. The chaos of the Summit War had finally settled. During this period, the Navy officially decided to relocate its headquarters to the G1 base in the New World. Naturally, such a move sparked criticism from the world government. However, since the Navy had already submitted a prior report, and the 5 elders had approved the decision, the world government had no grounds to object. On top of that, with Sengoku stepping down of his own accord, there was little more for them to say. Meanwhile, the Dragon Hunter pirates returned to the Sabaody archipelago. Thanks to their connection with Rayleigh, they began the process of coding their ship for underwater travel. As for the rest of the crew, they wandered around the archipelago. Since this wasn't their first time here, they were already familiar with the area. Everyone went off to explore their favorite spots. At that moment, Ryunosuke was drinking with Rayleigh in the backyard of the rip-off bar. "You're the one behind this, aren't you?" Rayleigh said with a grin after taking a sip of his drink. Newgate would have never come up with something like that. Besides, if Blackbeard hadn't been dealt with, there's no way he'd retreat so easily. At first, Rayleigh had thought Ryunosuke merely reminded him of Roger, but now, he knew he was wrong. This kid had already surpassed Roger from back then. Roger hadn't become Pirate King at that point, and for years, he'd been chased across the seas by Garp. "I'm just a participant," Ryunosuke replied, calmly raising his glass. "By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, did you take part in the Battle of God Valley?" Rayleigh's hand, midway to lifting his cup again, froze. Then he quietly set it down. "God Valley, huh," he murmured. "What do you want to know, kid?" "I want to know about God," Ryunosuke said with a slight smile. "You must know something, right, Uncle Rayleigh?" Ever since Alabasta, the mysterious mentions of God had been nagging at him. He had even asked Whitebeard while sailing with his crew, but the old man had been unusually reserved about the topic. That's why Ryunosuke turned to Rayleigh. After all, very few people were alive who had witnessed that battle. "God, you say?" Rayleigh exhaled slowly. "God Valley is a mobile island. Strange place. It could pass through the red line using some special method. No one knows where it is now. But we did find something strange there, a stone. It had writing on it, similar to the poneglyphs. But even the scholars of Ohara couldn't decipher it." It was only thanks to Roger's ability to hear the voice of all things that we understood what it said. Rayleigh's tone was calm, but every word weighed heavily on Ryunosuke's mind. Even the scholars of Ohara couldn't read it. That alone suggested a deep, hidden truth. What happened after that? Ryunosuke pressed. After that, Rayleigh said, Roger took us to Raftel. He didn't elaborate much, but Ryunosuke pieced it together instantly. That stone, whatever it contained, revealed the location of Raftel. Then why were the celestial dragons at God Valley? Ryunosuke asked again. Rayleigh hesitated. They were retrieving someone. I don't know who. That's all I know. Roger never told us everything about what happened there. Ryunosuke fell into deep thought. God Valley. Raftel. The mysterious stone. The one taken by the celestial dragons, God. The battle that took place in God Valley had involved Garp, the future pirate king Roger, and the fearsome Rocks pirates. At the time, it had been the largest conflict the seas had ever seen. And for what? A stone, and someone whose identity no one seemed to know. Ryunosuke, Rayleigh said, his voice serious now. If you want to stand at the top of the sea, this isn't something you should get involved in, at least not yet. You've already started from a higher point than most. What you need to do now is focus on growing steadily, moving forward step by step. He didn't finish the thought, but Ryunosuke understood. Rayleigh had already been shocked by how quickly his strength had grown. Even at the highest levels, progress typically slowed to a crawl. Yet Ryunosuke kept rising, without bottlenecks, without hesitation. Rayleigh had watched his recent battle against the Golden Lion. His raw strength, his explosive power, none of it was ordinary. I understand, Ryunosuke nodded. By the way, Uncle Rayleigh. They continued chatting for a while before parting ways. Not long after, the ship's coating was completed. Captain, someone wants to see you, Tatsumi said, rushing up to Ryunosuke just as they were about to set sail. It's someone you know. Someone I know? Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. What do they look like? Tatsumi grabbed a pen and quickly sketched a rough portrait. It was very abstract, but the large facial scar and sandal prints on the man's face gave it away. Monkey D. Dragon? Ryunosuke muttered in surprise. What's he doing here? He couldn't figure out why Dragon would want to meet him now. Still, since he'd come, Ryunosuke had no choice but to receive him properly. Get a banquet ready, he shouted. Once it's over, we're heading into the new world. A banquet? Hell yeah, I can finally relax. I'll go buy the meat. I'll stock up on the booze, definitely need more wine. The crew burst into action, preparing the celebration with gusto. Meanwhile, Tatsumi went off to bring Dragon aboard. When Dragon finally stepped onto the deck, he was visibly stunned. He had expected the Dragon Hunter pirates to be chaotic, violent, and arrogant. But instead, everyone he saw was cheerful and warm, greeting him with smiles. There wasn't even a hint of that domineering aura usually found in powerful pirate crews. So you're the infamous Monkey D. Dragon, Ryunosuke said, walking up to him with a grin. Given your relationship with Luffy, I guess I should be calling you Uncle Dragon, huh? But tell me, what brings you here? You need my help with something? There was no connection between them personally, other than the fact that his younger brother, Sabo, was a high-ranking officer in Dragon's Revolutionary Army. And of course, his other younger brother, Luffy, was Dragon's son. But aside from that, nothing. Still, if Dragon had come to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army, Ryunosuke would shut that idea down immediately. Anything else? He was at least willing to hear it out. If he could help, he would. If not, well, that's just how it was. Ryunosuke's words broke the silence, pulling Dragon out of his thoughts as he observed the Dragon Hunter pirates. Only then did Dragon remember why he had come here in the first place. Ryunosuke, he began, I know you're not the type to join the Revolutionary Army. You've built an incredible pirate crew, and I respect that. But I came because of the concept you had Sabo relayed to us last time. Ryunosuke gave a light nod. He understood why Dragon had come. Indeed, if viewed through the lens of ordinary thinking, this idea was difficult to grasp, especially in a world where the aristocratic system had been deeply entrenched for centuries. It was no surprise that a concept like his would spark resistance the moment it challenged the power of the elite. And with the Revolutionary Army's limited resources and shaky foothold, pushing such revolutionary ideas forward would be even more difficult. That was likely the real reason Dragon had come to see him personally. "Uncle Dragon, some problems really are simple when you look at them clearly," Ryunosuke said calmly. "In the end, there is no construction without destruction. Anything so deeply rooted is bound to be powerful. But you call yourselves a revolutionary army. For revolution and innovation, you have to act like it. So what are you so afraid of?" His words were blunt but honest. The strategy of influencing from the bottom up, starting with the civilians, had already proven successful elsewhere. Back in his original world, Great China had implemented this exact policy, and its development had soared. If such a model worked there, why wouldn't it work here? In fact, it might exceed all expectations. "You're right. The regions where we've tested this approach have all responded well," Dragon admitted, frowning slightly. "But there's a serious problem. When we enter a new area, we struggle to earn the civilians' trust. If we come in by force and topple the local nobility, the people just see us as a new noble class. In that case, our message can't spread. It gets blocked at the source." It wasn't a lack of desire to change. The real issue was perception. Even if they overthrew tyrants, the people often lumped them in with the rest of the elites. And the common folk, conditioned by generations of servitude, lacked the spirit or courage to rise up. They couldn't yet imagine themselves as the masters of their own land. This, above all, was the core dilemma. "Yeah, that's not an easy hurdle to clear," Ryunosuke murmured. Once rigid thinking set in, only a major catalyst, something deeply emotional or symbolic, could break through. Even if the Revolutionary Army seized control of smaller nations, to the average civilian it was nothing more than changing one ruler for another. Their revolutionary ideals had no room to take root. "All you have to do," a calm voice interrupted, "is build up your reputation." Everyone turned. It was Crollo, approaching with a small grin. Civilians are the easiest group to sway. They have no firm beliefs, no guiding convictions. All they care about is immediate benefit. So make the Revolutionary Army known. Let the world see what you're doing. Make them believe you're their salvation. Then use that perception. Let them want to follow you. Reputation, Dragon echoed, skeptical. And how exactly do we improve that? Our current situation is already precarious. The world government's influence is massive. We don't have the luxury of time. Crollo, do you have something in mind? Ryunosuke asked. As the leader of the Phantom Troop, Crollo was a master strategist. If anyone could come up with something unconventional and effective, it was him. "It's not a grand plan," Crollo said, smirking. "But think about where we are right now. The Sabaody archipelago, right under the world government's nose, close to the red line, practically in the shadow of Mariajoy. Anything we do here will be noticed. Add in some journalist exposure, and we'll have the world's attention in no time. Then ask yourself this: what do civilians really want? Peace and stability," Dragon replied. "Food, shelter, clothing, basic needs." "Exactly," Crollo nodded. "But there's something else, something more powerful. Independence of the soul. If you want to awaken that spark in the people, then you should start with a slave liberation movement. It happened in my homeland too, and it changed everything." Ryunosuke nodded in agreement. Of all the causes that could shake a person to their core, nothing was more powerful than breaking free from slavery. He had seen it with his own eyes, rescuing slaves from ships and watching them go from lifeless husks to people with fire in their eyes. That shift, that awakening, was the very essence of revolution. "Sabaody archipelago, huh," Dragon muttered, "but if you're always afraid of what's ahead, you'll never achieve anything." Ryunosuke cut him off with a serious look. "Don't talk to me about fear. You're here to start a revolution, aren't you?" "I know that," Dragon sighed. "But with ideals like yours, are you sure you won't consider joining the Revolutionary Army? If you did, I'd gladly let you, Uncle Dragon." "Stop right there." Ryunosuke interrupted him flatly. He had no interest in joining the Revolutionary Army. His dream was to make his pirate crew the strongest force on the sea, a force that no world government could control. "We're throwing a banquet," he said casually, changing the topic. "Eat, drink, rest, and get ready. When the slave trade on Sabaody vanishes, you'll have more reputation than you know what to do with. Those slaves, give them a homeland, a town to call their own. That will be your greatest form of propaganda." With that, he passed Dragon a jug of wine. Dragon had wanted time to process everything that had been said, but it seemed that wasn't an option. Instead, he found himself swept up into the banquet. That same night, Dragon contacted the 4 major commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov, Sabo, and the others. He instructed them to immediately begin organizing a slave liberation operation. They wouldn't do something as reckless as storming Mariajoy like Fisher Tiger had once done. But targeting the largest hub of the slave trade, the Sabaody archipelago, was a perfect first step. The banquet lasted 3 full days. Afterward, the dragon hunter pirates set sail, heading for Fishman Island. Sabo and his squad were due to arrive within 2 days. Even in delicate matters like this, the Revolutionary Army wasted no time. Shortly after Ryunosuke and the dragon hunter pirates set out to sea, a small boat silently followed in their wake. As their warship submerged, the surrounding waters darkened quickly, visibility reduced to near zero. Fortunately, most of the crew possessed observation haki. Combined with the ship's own illumination system, they had no trouble navigating the deep sea. At that moment, the core members of the crew gathered on the deck. "Captain, you suddenly called a meeting. What's going on? I heard Fishman Island is full of fishmen and merfolk. Can I catch a few for my collection? Are there any rare dishes there?" As the questions flew, all eyes turned toward Ryunosuke. Today's meeting is for all official crew members," Ryunosuke began. "I want to ask everyone something important. What do you think is the ultimate goal of the dragon hunter pirates?" The crew blinked in surprise. Didn't their captain already declare his ambition to stand at the top of the sea? Why ask this now? Isn't it freedom? Akame tilted her head. "I remember brother Ryunosuke once said the essence of piracy is freedom, sailing the world, exploring new places, and seeing all kinds of scenery. Adventure, treasure hunting, living free, that's what being a pirate means, right?" Akame's not wrong, Najenda followed, "but to me, being a pirate means following your own heart. Justice is just a matter of who's strong enough to define the rules. So, in my opinion, the foundation of piracy is power. Everything else comes after that." Yahiko chimed in seriously, "Only when the world truly feels pain will it understand the value of peace. If we make them feel pain, peace will follow. That's how we fulfill our ideals." "Well, it wouldn't be Yahiko if he didn't go full anti-imperialist. I think our goal should be to seize all the rare treasures of the sea," Crollo added. "We're pirates, after all. Plundering is part of the job." One by one, everyone shared their views: freedom, strength, adventure, resistance, and treasure. Each answer varied, but they all pointed to a common theme: will and ambition. Yahiko's was just more intense than most. "You're all right, in a way," Ryunosuke said with a nod. "But let's be real. You've all noticed the uniqueness of the dragon hunter pirates. With each new crew member, everyone grows faster. It doesn't matter if you're combat personnel, logistics, or even the one cleaning the deck. Compared to when you first joined, your power has skyrocketed." Everyone nodded in agreement. The speed of their growth was something they had come to accept. It was no longer surprising, just a part of daily life. "Captain, what are you trying to say?" Najenda asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Despite being one of the earliest members, even she couldn't fully predict what Ryunosuke had on his mind today. "We need to set clear goals," Ryunosuke said, his tone firm. "That's what this meeting is about. For example, Kuina, Akame, I want the swords in your hands forged into black blades within 2 years. Crollo, set a number. How many devil fruits are you going to collect in the next year? How much treasure will you amass? Yahiko, how much pain can you inflict upon this world?" He said that one with a smirk. "Goals, huh? Now that you mention it, we haven't really had any defined targets since we came to this world. I'm going to collect 20 devil fruits in 1 year," Crollo said immediately. "My Murasama is already a black blade," Akame added, emotionless as usual. "If you mean armament haki refinement, I can probably manage it in 2 years." Good, Ryunosuke nodded. Now that you all have a goal in mind, let's move on. Time to go over what you need to know about the new world. With that, Najenda took out a sea chart she'd bought back on the Sabaody archipelago. Though many areas remained blank, key locations and notable territories were marked. While the internal meeting wrapped up, the ship finally reached Fishman Island. From a distance, the place looked like a fantasy straight out of a dream. A whole island, encased in a massive bubble, sitting at the bottom of the sea. "Captain, there's gotta be a treasure trove here," Crollo grinned. "Maybe I can just, you can't kill. You can't rob," Ryunosuke cut him off coldly. "We're not so low that we need to steal to survive. If they voluntarily come with me, it's not robbery, right?" Crollo chuckled, then vanished with Maki at his side. "Tatsumi," Ryunosuke called out, "you and mine are the only couple on board. This is the perfect place for a little getaway. Spend the day together. The pirate group will cover all expenses." Mine immediately turned red. Despite her usual proud and tsundere attitude, she became shy the moment anything involved Tatsumi. In their world, they were already at the age of marriage and starting a family. And now, with their relationship confirmed, things were bound to move fast. "Thank you, Captain," Tatsumi said earnestly, taking Mine's hand as they went off to explore. "The rest of you, feel free to move around," Ryunosuke instructed. "Try not to stir up any trouble with the locals. I'll be heading to meet the king," and with that, he disappeared into the crowd. Just moments after Ryunosuke left, a group of armed guards arrived. "Are you part of the Dragon Hunter pirates?" the lead guard asked. Najenda sighed. "Looks like avoiding conflict might be harder than expected." "We're not here to fight," the guard captain said with a friendly smile. "You're friends of the Whitebeard pirates and by extension, friends of Fishman Island. If you need anything, we'll be happy to guide you. We hope to build a strong friendship with the Dragon Hunter pirates." Najenda let out a breath of relief. Right, Fishman Island was under Whitebeard's protection. With their status as Whitebeard's allies, they were welcomed as guests. With that, the guards led the crew into the island. While they'd already stocked up on supplies before, Fishman Island had its own unique goods. So the general crew, led by Rocky, went off to purchase food and essentials. Meanwhile, Crollo found himself at Madame Chiarli's fortune-telling shop. He'd sensed something strange there, a pulse of spiritual resonance. In this world, it was extremely rare to sense telepathy. "You came to see me, didn't you?" Chiarli said as soon as she saw him. "Yes," Crollo replied, calm as ever. "Divination, huh? How about a little friendly competition?" As he spoke, a pen appeared in his hand, and he began to draw symbols on a scroll. And as for Ryunosuke, he had already arrived at the Ryugu Palace, ready for a meeting of far greater importance. By the time Ryunosuke arrived at the Ryugu Palace, King Neptune was already waiting. Though he was the sovereign of Fishman Island, Neptune didn't act with arrogance. He had watched the broadcast of the Dragon Hunter pirates fighting alongside the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford. He knew their relationship, and understood the importance of personally welcoming Ryunosuke. Over the years, it was only thanks to Whitebeard's protection that Fishman Island had avoided countless attacks. Neptune wasn't about to ignore a visit from one of their strongest allies. "Captain Ryunosuke," Neptune greeted warmly. "I heard you arrived at Fishman Island. Is there anything I can help you with?" "King Neptune, actually, it feels too formal to call you that," Ryunosuke replied with a grin. "I'll just call you Uncle Neptune, it sounds better that way." He paused for a beat before continuing, his tone turning serious. "Uncle Neptune, I'd like to see Shirahoshi." Neptune froze. Shirahoshi. His daughter had rarely ever left her chambers. Her existence was kept quiet, and even among the people of Fishman Island, few knew much about her. How could Ryunosuke possibly know of her, let alone ask to see her? And more importantly, Shirahoshi wasn't just a sheltered princess. She was something far more dangerous. Ryunosuke seemed to read Neptune's thoughts with ease. "Uncle Neptune, no need to be nervous. If I had any ill intent toward Fishman Island, do you think you could stop me?" He chuckled lightly. "If I'm asking you here directly, it means I'm not here to cause harm." Despite the casual tone, Neptune knew the words were true. The Dragon Hunter pirates were no ordinary crew, and Ryunosuke was no ordinary pirate. I apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you, Neptune said, bowing slightly. But this concerns my daughter's wishes too, and… In that case, Ryunosuke interrupted with a knowing smile, shall we discuss something else first? Uncle Neptune, are you really going to make me speak openly about this at your front gate? Realizing the guards were still nearby and hearing everything, Neptune cleared his throat in embarrassment. You're right. That was careless of me. This way, please. He quickly led Ryunosuke inside, where only one of his most trusted ministers accompanied them. Uncle Neptune, I need to speak to you alone, Ryunosuke said firmly, casting a glance at the minister. Regardless of how loyal the man was, Ryunosuke wasn't about to take risks, not with what he was about to say. I understand, Neptune nodded. You may leave us. Once the minister had gone, Neptune turned back with a frown. All right, Captain Ryunosuke. What is it you wish to discuss? Ryunosuke met his eyes without hesitation. Uncle Neptune, shouldn't we talk about your hidden Sea King Poseidon? The words hit Neptune like a cannonball. He stood frozen, mind racing. Sea King? How could Ryunosuke know? This was no ordinary rumor. The secret of the Sea King Poseidon had never left the palace. Not even Neptune's sons or ministers knew the full truth. And yet, this pirate, this young man from the surface, had spoken it so casually. Ryunosuke didn't stop there. Not only do I know there's a Sea King Poseidon here, I also know who it is. It's Shirahoshi. Neptune's jaw tightened. Even if someone had guessed that Fishman Island had a connection to Poseidon, how could they possibly deduce that Shirahoshi herself was Poseidon? This was their first visit. No prior contact. No reason to suspect anything. So how? Uncle Neptune, like I said, if I wanted to do something reckless, you couldn't stop me. I'm not here to threaten you. I want to understand, fully, what's going on. Despite Ryunosuke's calm demeanor, Neptune was far from calm inside. His expression was a whirlwind of disbelief, confusion, and rising anxiety. How did this boy know everything? Don't overthink it, Ryunosuke said with a sigh. There's no trick. No scheme. I'm not here to expose you. So, Uncle Neptune, will you tell me the truth? Neptune took a long, heavy breath, then slowly nodded. Very well. But first, I want to know, where did you hear this? Even now, he addressed Ryunosuke with respect. It was clear the shock had shaken his royal composure. Only I know, Ryunosuke replied with a half-smile. Well, actually, one other guy knows. I'll kill him later. Problem solved. Neptune chuckled despite himself, then sighed again. I never imagined I'd one day speak of this so openly. He looked out the window for a moment, his gaze distant. You've seen the giant ship Noah, haven't you? That vessel was built long ago, during the era of Joy Boy. Back then, Joy Boy made a promise, and asked for our help. And so, Neptune began to tell the story passed down from king to king. The legacy of Joy Boy, the ship Noah, and the burden carried by Fishman Island. As king, Neptune inherited the knowledge that Shirahoshi was no ordinary mermaid. She was Poseidon, one of the ancient weapons. The one who could communicate with and command the Sea Kings. When she was still a child, Shirahoshi was once injured and began to cry. In that moment, massive Sea Kings emerged from the depths. Monsters large enough to consume islands. But they hadn't come to attack, they came to protect. Terrified by their presence, young Shirahoshi fainted on the spot. That traumatic experience was the root of her timid nature. Even now, Shirahoshi's emotions could summon those sea monsters, often unintentionally. Her mother, Queen Otahime, was the first to confirm the truth. From that moment on, Neptune did everything in his power to protect his daughter from the world, and from herself. Only the ruling monarch knew her secret. Not his sons, not his ministers, no one else. Uncle Neptune, Ryunosuke said quietly, I still want to meet Shirahoshi. She deserves to know the truth. She has a right to understand what she is. If the time comes and her powers are needed, do you really think she'll be able to accept it, without even knowing her true identity? Neptune was silent for a long time. Then, with a deep breath, he slowly stood up. You're right. Perhaps the time has come. Let's go. He led Ryunosuke out of the chamber and through the palace corridors. They passed several large halls and staircases before arriving at a vast door. The sheer scale of the structure was overwhelming, but it made sense. Shirahoshi, after all, was no ordinary mermaid. She was a giant, even among her kind. And behind those doors was the one destined to command the sea, Creek. As the giant door swung open, Shirahoshi sat inside, gently playing with her oversized doll. After all, she had no friends since childhood. Apart from her family and her beloved shark companion, she spent most of her time alone in this vast chamber that served as her sanctuary. Father? Her gaze fell on the two figures entering the room. Who is this guest? She asked politely, tilting her head in curiosity. Despite her timid personality, she had been raised as a princess. Even when afraid, she spoke with dignity and grace, especially in her father's presence. This is Captain Ryunosuke, leader of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, Neptune introduced without hesitation. He's also a trusted ally of Lord Whitebeard. Shirahoshi's eyes widened slightly. She didn't know Ryunosuke personally, but she had certainly heard of the Whitebeard pirates. And anyone who was close to Lord Whitebeard was, in her eyes, a good person. I see, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Ryunosuke, she said, bowing slightly. Father, did you come to see me for something? Her voice was soft and a little confused. Neptune rarely visited, especially since her mother Otohime's passing. So, his sudden arrival, along with a stranger, was unexpected. Captain Ryunosuke, Neptune said, taking a breath, I'll leave the rest to you. I have some matters to attend to. He turned, giving Ryunosuke a firm look before stepping out. He had understood Ryunosuke's intention from the very start. He wanted to tell Shirahoshi the truth. That she was Poseidon, the Sea King. As for whether Ryunosuke had any ulterior motives, Neptune couldn't say for sure. But in this moment, he chose trust. Ryunosuke was recognized by Whitebeard, and with the strength he possessed, if he truly meant harm, there was nothing Neptune could do to stop him. Instead of resisting in vain, it was better to trust, and perhaps even earn the pirate's respect. To Ryunosuke, Neptune's decision was clear and dignified. The bearing of a true king. Princess Shirahoshi, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ryunosuke said kindly. Do you know why your father never lets you leave this place? I'm not sure, Shirahoshi replied, blinking. But father said it's for my own safety. Besides, whenever I go outside, strange sea monsters always appear and follow me around. Her voice grew quieter as a look of fear crossed her face. The memories clearly frightened her. Shirahoshi, have those sea monsters ever harmed you? Ryunosuke asked gently. No, not really, she admitted. But whenever they appear, I always run away. But my father and brothers are always nearby, so I know I'll be protected. Her tone was soft, but there was a spark of conviction in her final words. Ryunosuke chuckled lightly, though he was slightly stunned inside. Those weren't ordinary sea creatures. They were massive sea kings, some even capable of devouring entire islands. And while Shirahoshi believed her father and brothers could protect her, in truth, even Neptune and the princes wouldn't survive a direct encounter with such monsters. They're not trying to hurt you, Shirahoshi, Ryunosuke said. To them, you're their master. Like loyal pets, they just want your affection. He stepped forward slightly, meeting her gaze. Do you believe me? Yes, Shirahoshi nodded, surprisingly quick to answer. You don't have any bad intentions. I can tell. Her honest words made Ryunosuke smile. Normally, Shirahoshi struggled to speak with strangers, but with him, she opened up easily. He had his answer. Just as he suspected, Shirahoshi possessed an innate form of observation haki, much like Admiral Fujitora. She could instinctively sense the good, or evil, in people. Come with me, Ryunosuke said, his tone shifting. Let's go meet the monsters you've feared all this time. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, he suppressed his killing intent, controlling the pressure around him. Even Shirahoshi, who towered over him, was stunned. This small human held such overwhelming power? And yet, it didn't frighten her. After a brief hesitation, Shirahoshi nodded, all right. Ryunosuke equipped his protective bubble, and Shirahoshi gently held him as they exited the palace. They passed through Fishman Island's membrane and descended into the deep sea. The water pressure at 10,000 meters below the surface was crushing, but the bubble remained intact. It was incredible that such a thin membrane could withstand the deep sea's might. Princess Shirahoshi, Ryunosuke said, scanning their surroundings with haki. Can you cry for me? Eh? Shirahoshi blinked. You want me to cry? Yes, Ryunosuke replied. Your tears will bring them to us. In his memory, the Sea Kings always reacted to her emotional state. If she cried, they would appear immediately. But, I can't cry right now, she mumbled softly. Somehow, I feel safe around you, like nothing bad will happen. I'm sorry then, Shirahoshi. Ryunosuke took a deep breath, and in the next moment, his killing intent surged, crashing down like a tidal wave over her. The pressure was immediate, heavy, and terrifying. Shirahoshi trembled, her body reacting instinctively, and then, the tears came. They flowed freely, and soon, her sobs echoed through the water. True to her reputation as the cowardly star, once she started crying, it was impossible to stop. They're coming. Ryunosuke closed his eyes and felt it through his observation haki, the monstrous presence approaching rapidly. Shirahoshi, it's okay now, you can stop crying. Oh okay. Shirahoshi quickly cupped her mouth, embarrassed. She had been tricked into crying on purpose, and worse, it had worked. And then, roar, from the shadows of the deep sea, enormous figures emerged, over a dozen sea kings, each massive beyond imagination, their heads dwarfing even the giant Shirahoshi. In the dim waters, lit faintly by the Tree of Eve, their silhouettes were both majestic and terrifying. Even Ryunosuke had to swallow nervously. Fighting these beasts in the sea would be suicide. And Shirahoshi, she could command far more than just these dozen. Lord Ryunosuke. Shirahoshi instinctively hid behind him, gripping his shoulder gently. Despite her status as Poseidon, the childhood trauma had left a scar. Even now, she was terrified of these creatures. Shirahoshi, Ryunosuke said softly. They're your pets, you just don't realize it yet. You are the Sea King. Shirahoshi blinked in confusion. Pet? But I've never had a pet before, and they look so scary. She tried her best to look the Sea Kings in the eyes, but they were just so big, so ancient, so overwhelming. Her heart still trembled. Seeing Shirahoshi's terrified expression, Ryunosuke realized it would be difficult to make her accept her power immediately. Which left him only one option. After all, long-standing fears sometimes required a heavy-handed cure. Shirahoshi, watch closely. Ryunosuke launched himself forward, his body slicing through the water like a spear. In a flash, he shot toward the largest Sea King. His fist shattered the protective bubble around him as he slammed his punch directly into the creature's colossal jaw. The force of the strike sent a deep shockwave through the sea. Instantly, the other Sea Kings around them roared in fury, surging toward him with violent intent. But before they could reach him, Ryunosuke flashed back, landing lightly on Shirahoshi's shoulder. Shirahoshi, command them. Tell them to stop, he said urgently, his voice sharp but composed. I can't, her body trembled. Her fingers clenched tightly. Shirahoshi. Hurry! Ryunosuke shouted. If you don't, we're going to be eaten. Lord Ryunosuke, please. Tears welled up in her eyes as panic filled her voice. But when she looked at Ryunosuke's expression, calm, determined, unwavering, something changed inside her. She clenched her hands to her chest, closed her eyes, and finally cried out. A pulse rippled through the sea, an invisible wave of power. The Sea Kings, only meters away from Ryunosuke, suddenly froze in place. Given their immense size, a few meters was practically a breath's distance. Even Shirahoshi could feel the low, rhythmic breathing of these monsters. Lord Ryunosuke, they stopped, she whispered in disbelief. What should I do now? Place your hand on its head, Ryunosuke said gently. Try to communicate. I can't, she said hesitantly, pulling her arm back. They're just too scary. Despite the Sea Kings floating passively around them, their sheer size alone sent waves of fear through her. The oppressive aura of such ancient beings made her hesitate. Just then, the Sea King Ryunosuke had struck returned. It glided forward and lowered its head beneath Shirahoshi's outstretched hand. Its massive eyes closed slowly, a gesture of complete submission. Seeing this, Shirahoshi's fear softened. It's not as scary as I thought, she murmured, glancing at Ryunosuke once more. His encouraging gaze gave her the courage she needed. With a trembling hand, she gently touched the Sea King's head. "Aang!" A unified chorus of roars echoed around them. All the Sea Kings raised their heads, letting out cries filled with faith and devotion. Once, such sounds would have sent Shirahoshi into a fit of sobs. But this time, with Ryunosuke beside her, and with her haki detecting no malice in them. She didn't cry, she simply stood still, and listened. "Lord Ryunosuke, I think they're trying to say something," she said softly, her fingers still pressed against the Sea King's brow. "Then ask them to take us to the bottom of Sunlight Tree Eve," Ryunosuke replied. "Eve, you mean the sun god's gift?" Shirahoshi blinked in confusion. "But we're not allowed to go there. I remember wanting to when I was little, and father scolded me." "The no entry rule is for others, common fishmen and mermaids," Ryunosuke explained. "But you are not ordinary. You're allowed. The Sea Kings know that too." "I understand." She turned back to the surrounding creatures, her voice soft but clear. "Can you take me and Lord Ryunosuke to the depths of the Sunlight Tree Eve?" The Sea King beneath her let out a low, resonant cry, then slowly leaned in closer. "Climb on," Ryunosuke said with a grin, "it'll take us there." With newfound resolve, Shirahoshi nodded and gently sat atop the creature. Almost instantly, its back began to change. The scales beneath her shifted, forming a curved platform, like a throne sculpted perfectly for her size. These Sea Kings weren't just ancient, they were intelligent, adaptable, and entirely devoted to her. Truly, magical beings. With Shirahoshi seated, the Sea King began to glide downward. The others flanked them in silence. Before long, they reached Sunlight Tree Eve. As they dug deeper, something strange began to happen. The deeper they went, the less pressure they felt. Instead of darkness, the visibility improved. Down below, Ryunosuke could faintly make out a glow, a golden light illuminating the ocean floor. "How?" he muttered. They were more than 10,000 meters below the surface. How could there possibly be light down here? Could Eve really be channeling light all the way to the ocean floor? Even providing Fishman Island with light was considered miraculous. But this was something else entirely. Soon, the full majesty of Sunlight Tree Eve's root system came into view. It was like something out of a dream. A labyrinth of enormous roots, twisting and spiraling like dragons in the deep sea. Each root was wider than even the largest Sea Kings. Some were the size of islands, and these were only the smallest ones. "Aang!" The Sea Kings accompanying them halted in unison. Only the one carrying Shirahoshi continued forward, slowly approaching the base of the roots. Once it reached a certain point, it too stopped, then carefully retreated, joining the others. Together, they remained still, silently watching. Almost like guardians respecting a sacred boundary. "Lord Ryunosuke," Shirahoshi said nervously. "Why did they stop? Shouldn't we not go any further?" "The reason we're here is to go further," he replied. "Let's go, Princess Shirahoshi. There's something waiting for you inside." His voice was calm, but firm, encouraging, and curious. He wasn't here just to build trust with the Sea King. He was also here to explore the mystery of Sunlight Tree Eve. Because of the decreased water pressure at this depth, it felt less like being at the ocean floor and more like gliding through the shallows. The surrounding environment no longer pressed heavily against them. Shirahoshi, still carrying Ryunosuke, descended swiftly toward the root system of Sunlight Tree Eve. As soon as they landed, Ryunosuke noticed something unusual. The seabed wasn't the soft sludge he expected. It was stone, carefully arranged slabs, laid with deliberate design. Human craftsmanship, without a doubt. Ryunosuke crouched down to examine them, running his fingers across the surface. Strange symbols were etched into the stone. Ancient writing. Characters he couldn't read. He hadn't yet awakened the power to hear the voice of all things, after all. He raised his hand and summoned his Nen ability. Instantly, a cluster of tiny puppets appeared beside him, chattering as they scurried across the stone. Each one began copying the symbols meticulously. "Let's copy everything first," Ryunosuke murmured. "Luffy and the others will probably come here soon. When Robin arrives, she'll be able to read these." He stood up, eyes scanning the glowing roots surrounding them. The energy here wasn't normal. It pulsed, gentle but commanding, like a sleeping giant. Lord Ryunosuke, Shirahoshi's voice broke the silence. I feel something calling me. My chest feels tight. It's like something is pulling me toward it. Her voice was soft but strained, her cheeks flushed, her breath uneven. She clutched her chest as if the roots themselves were tugging on her spirit. Ryunosuke glanced her way, then back at the looming root system that stretched out like a palace built by nature. The light at its base shimmered faintly, illuminating the path forward. Let's check it out, he said. We're close. Shirahoshi nodded, still visibly affected by the strange pull. She carefully moved toward the glowing entrance with Ryunosuke on her shoulder. The moment they entered, the entire atmosphere changed. It was no longer just roots. They stepped into a man-made palace, hidden beneath layers of the world. And at the very center, towering above everything else, was a skeleton. A colossal skeleton, coiled like a dragon resting in death. Its ribs were larger than entire buildings. Its skull, cracked but still regal, faced upward like it had died while looking to the heavens. Ryunosuke, dwarfed by its scale, could barely process what he was seeing. Even with observation haki active, it was hard to take it all in. Shirahoshi clutched her chest tighter, and suddenly, tears. She began to cry. Lord Ryunosuke, I feel it. Sadness. So much sadness. Why do I want to cry so badly? Her voice trembled with sorrow that didn't feel like her own. Ryunosuke stepped forward, his eyes locked on the massive remains. This isn't a sea king, he muttered. At least, not one we've seen before. He looked up toward Shirahoshi. Could it be one of your ancestors? Maybe the first sea king? There was no answer. Only silence, and then, light. Let's go further in, Ryunosuke said. There's something deeper, something we need to see. Shirahoshi wiped her tears and followed without hesitation. As they moved deeper into the light, the nature-built structure transitioned entirely. They passed from room to room, and suddenly they were standing in what was clearly a human palace, old, ancient beyond comprehension, yet still standing. At the very center of the room sat a figure, not bones. Not a statue, but a preserved corpse, seated like a king on a throne. Joy Boy, the words escaped Ryunosuke's lips before he even realized it. There was no mistaking it. The aura, the presence, this was Joy Boy. The one written of in legends. The man who made the promise to Fishman Island. The man connected to the Void Century. But why was his body here? Why had he died here, beneath Sunlight Tree Eve? What had he intended with Noah? Questions flooded his mind. Even the idea of letting his own warship devour Noah crossed his thoughts. It would evolve into something greater than even he imagined. But he stopped himself. Not yet. Not until he knew the truth. Lord Ryunosuke, that's Joy Boy, Shirahoshi whispered in awe. He's the one who promised to save Fishman Island. But, how did he die here? Ryunosuke turned slowly, brow furrowed. How do you know that? This is just a corpse. There's no name, no markings. Shirahoshi sniffled, but answered clearly. There's a portrait of him in our royal archives. In that outfit, he wore it in the painting. I'm sure of it. He stared at her, stunned. Despite her trembling and wet cheeks, she was still providing critical information. She'd matured. In such a short time, she'd begun to rise beyond her fear. Was this really the same, cowardly star the world talked about? Ryunosuke stepped closer to the throne. Did Joy Boy die here, or was his body brought here? Who placed him here? What was the cause of death? What happened? The mysteries swirled around him like a storm. Joy Boy, the man who created Noah. The man feared by I Am of Mary Joie. A man of such significance, yet dead, buried beneath a tree, forgotten by history. Everything pointed back to the Void Century. The missing 100 years. The origin of the world government. The creation of the ancient weapons. Joy Boy's promise. Even the whispers of gods. All of it, hidden in that 1 century, and then. Buzz. The air around them began to warp. Space itself seemed to ripple. Suddenly, the remains of Joy Boy began to glow. Bones twisted, merged, and transformed. Flesh grew. Skin reformed. A moment later, a man stood before Ryunosuke. Tall, with strong features and a calm, commanding presence. But the strangest part was his face. Ryunosuke stared, heart skipping a beat. There was something familiar about him. Something that tugged at the edge of his memory. But he couldn't place it. Then, Joy Boy spoke. A human? The voice echoed in the chamber, as though the roots themselves were listening. Yes, Ryunosuke replied, regaining his composure. I don't know how you're speaking to me, or why you're here like this, but I assume there's a time limit. He narrowed his eyes. What do you want to tell me? This wasn't Joy Boy resurrected. This was his will. A message preserved across time, waiting for someone to arrive. And Ryunosuke wasn't even the one he'd been waiting for. But perhaps fate didn't care. Joy Boy smiled faintly. You carry Joy Boy's aura. Though you are not him, you are worthy of receiving his inheritance. When the time comes, I hope you will stand by him, because only he can shatter the chains. Joy Boy stepped forward and extended a hand. A scroll appeared, shimmering with an energy unlike anything Ryunosuke had ever seen. Ryunosuke took it. The characters on it, he didn't recognize a single one. Ancient script. Older than poneglyphs, maybe. He activated his Rinnegan, copying the data into his mind for future decoding. You possess the scent of space, time, and reincarnation, Joy Boy said. You're special. And I believe that this legacy can safely pass through your hands to the one who comes after. Joy Boy's form began to flicker slightly. I only have 3 minutes left, ask. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. What happened during the Void Century? His voice was sharp, steady, everything was tied to that lost era. The 3 ancient weapons, the origin of the celestial dragons, the death of Joy Boy, the rise of I Am, even the so-called gods. All roads led to the blank 100 years. And now, standing before the ghost of the past, Ryunosuke was ready to uncover the truth. When Ryunosuke asked the question, Joy Boy paused. There are some things I can't tell you directly, at least not yet, he said, his voice calm but heavy. But what I can tell you is this. There are gods in this world. And not all of them are good. He looked Ryunosuke dead in the eye. I was one of them. The words hit like thunder. Ryunosuke said nothing, but his thoughts swirled. A god. Joy Boy continued, revealing what he could. The 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, weren't created by the hands of men from this world. Their technology, their materials, their very design, none of it belonged to the people of the sea. They came from above, just like the gods themselves. But even among the gods, there was division. 2 factions, one that chose to protect the sea, and one that sought to consume it. And so, a war broke out. Where the battle happened, even Joy Boy didn't know. But at that time, there was no world government. No pirates. No marines. Just people, united under a colossal kingdom, who stood beside the gods in battle. Joy Boy's words flooded Ryunosuke's mind, but they were scattered pieces. Incomplete memories. He could feel the weight of them, but they lacked the clarity he wanted. There were still too many unanswered questions. I want to know, he said slowly. Is any of this connected to the Valley of the Gods? Joy Boy's expression shifted. Valley of the Gods, he repeated, then shook his head. I don't recall such a place. Not in my memory. But if you seek more answers, there is one place you can go, Guiding Island. He raised a hand. A small, ancient object shimmered into existence and floated gently toward Ryunosuke's palm. An eternal pose. For you, Joy Boy said. It points to Guiding Island. The moment Ryunosuke touched it, he felt a tingle of anticipation shoot through his chest. Just having a lead was enough. Gods were real. Joy Boy himself had been one. And if gods could die, it meant they could also be fought. He remembered the tales of the war that scarred the world, created islands, changed the skies and oceans. The strange weather of the Grand Line, the broken currents, the madness of the Calm Belt, all side effects of that ancient war. What kind of power would it take to reshape the world? What kind of beings had fought that day? Ryunosuke gripped the eternal pose tighter. If Guiding Island held the key to those answers, then he was going. But before he could say anything else, a strange heaviness began to fall over him. His thoughts grew sluggish. His limbs, heavy, a dull pain pulsed at the base of his skull. TCH. Damn it! Was this a trap? He muttered, trying to resist the drowsiness overtaking him. No, this doesn't feel like poison. His legs gave out, his body dropped, and then, darkness. He had no idea how long he was out, but slowly, consciousness returned. The first thing he noticed was warmth. Softness. A strange, squishy warmth wrapped around him. His fingers curled instinctively. What the hell? Ryunosuke opened his eyes, and froze. He was lying against something massive, soft, plush. And then he realized, Shirahoshi's chest. Oh, his voice cracked. Shirahoshi, seeing him stir, gasped. Lord Ryunosuke, you're awake. She leaned over slightly, her long hair brushing across his face. There was worry in her eyes, but also clear relief. You're okay, right? I was so scared. Ryunosuke sat up, rubbing the back of his head. How long? 7 days, she replied. You collapsed inside the root chamber. I didn't know what to do, so I brought you back here. Maki came to check on you. She said you were fine, just unconscious. 7 days, he muttered, brow furrowed. He thought he'd only been in that memory space with Joy Boy for a few minutes. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the eternal pose. Its surface was cold, but pulsing faintly with an unfamiliar energy. The craftsmanship was clearly ancient, far beyond the current era's capabilities. Lord Ryunosuke, Shirahoshi called again. Are you sure you're alright? I'm fine, he said, exhaling. Probably side effects from staying too long in the sea depths. I'm human, after all. He paused, then turned to her. Shirahoshi, do you remember what we talked about before? She nodded without hesitation. Yes. The Sea Kings, they're not monsters, they're my companions. She placed her hand over her heart. I'm Poseidon, the Sea King. Her voice didn't tremble this time. There was no hesitation in her tone. She'd accepted who she was. Ryunosuke smiled faintly. Good. But remember, don't reveal your identity to anyone. There are those in the world who would kill to control what you are. He reached out and extended a hand. In the future, I'll need your help. When the time comes, I hope you'll stand by me. Shirahoshi looked at his hand, then clasped it gently with her own. I will, she said softly. And then, smiling brightly, she added. Lord Joy Boy told me to help the Joy Boy of this era. I still don't understand it all, but I think that's you, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke blinked. Wait, what? Just then, a ding echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. Recognized as Joy Boy by Poseidon. You are now considered a pivotal entity in the One Piece world and have acquired the title, God Name. Reward. 30,000 reputation points, God Tier Gift Pack, Special Devil Fruit Gift Pack. Ryunosuke stiffened. Huh? He stared ahead in disbelief. Sure, he'd gotten reputation points before, like when Neptune acknowledged him. But this wasn't the same, this was different. This was massive. Not only did he receive a reputation boost and 2 high-level gift packs, but he'd also gained something called the God Name. What the hell was that? Something in the system had clearly triggered, and that something was Shirahoshi. Back in Alabasta, he'd suspected gods existed. He even faked being one to gain influence. But now, there was no faking it. If the system was rewarding him like this, then the world itself was beginning to accept him as something more. He opened his system panel. Host. Ryunosuke title. Joy Boy, God Name. He stared at the new label for a long moment. It wasn't just a title. This wasn't cosmetic. Something in the world had shifted. Shirahoshi hadn't just recognized him, she'd named him. TL. Just like Rimuru, her words carried power. Was it because she was Poseidon? Because of her connection to the Sea Kings? Or was it something more? Something written into fate? For a long time, Ryunosuke said nothing. He simply stared at the name. Joy Boy. And for the first time since arriving in this world. He wasn't sure who he really was anymore. After experiencing what was likely Joy Boy's final resting place, Ryunosuke now carried a new title, Joy Boy. A name, yes, but more than that. A burden, a mystery. And with the system declaring he'd been recognized by Poseidon as Joy Boy, calling him a critical node in this world, and assigning him the name of God, even Ryunosuke, who knew the world of One Piece inside and out, was left disoriented. System, he muttered, frowning. What exactly is the name of God, and wasn't I already considered a person of this world? The host's level is too low, high-level information is locked. The cold, mechanical voice cut through his thoughts. Level too low? Ryunosuke repeated, narrowing his eyes. He was strong enough to face anyone in this world. His crew was formidable. He had 4 unlocked division members, each capable in their own right. And still, it wasn't enough. He sighed. He couldn't expect the system to just hand him all the answers. And he doubted anyone alive could explain this to him either. Turning toward Shirahoshi, he offered her a reassuring look. From now on, Shirahoshi, I'm counting on you. She blinked, surprised, then nodded with a soft smile. Being trusted meant everything to her. She was no longer just a sheltered, helpless princess. She was someone others depended on. It made her chest feel light. Unbeknownst to either of them, their physical auras had begun to shift. GRGLL. Ryunosuke's stomach rumbled loudly. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. 7 days of unconsciousness. Of course he was starving. Shirahoshi giggled and quickly brought over a tray filled with pastries and a generous slab of meat. This is mine, but please eat, Lord Ryunosuke. He didn't hesitate. Thanks, Shirahoshi. He devoured the food with impressive speed. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood up. Let's go outside for a bit. You don't have to stay locked up anymore. He looked her in the eyes. Because from now on, you're my important partner. Whatever happens, whatever danger you face, I'll be there. He leapt to her shoulder effortlessly. Shirahoshi hesitated, but father said if I go outside. Of course, she wanted to go. Her last outing with Ryunosuke had been to the Root of Eve. Even if it had been dangerous, it felt exhilarating. But Neptune's warning still rang in her ears. Ryunosuke smiled. Don't worry, I'll talk to King Neptune. Just tell me, do you yearn for the sea? That did it. Shirahoshi's heart surged. Yes, she said, without hesitation. Then let's go. Ryunosuke grinned and patted her shoulder. As they exited, Neptune watched from a distance. Seeing the two together, the king smiled faintly. He'd known, deep down, that keeping Shirahoshi isolated was never the right choice. He had told her that sea kings were monsters just to keep her safe, but that lie had become a shackle. And if not for the Whitebeard pirates, Fishman Island would have fallen long ago. Thank you, Lord Ryunosuke, Neptune whispered. Just then, a blur rushed toward them. Brother Ryunosuke, where are you going? Akame came skipping up, a lollipop in her hand. Ryunosuke laughed. This is Akame, my crewmate, and my partner. He gestured toward Shirahoshi. This is Princess Shirahoshi, and also my friend. Partner? Shirahoshi's eyes sparkled. Hello, Lady Akame, Lord Ryunosuke is taking me out to play. Akame beamed. I want to go too. Oh, and, Brother Ryunosuke, why didn't you tell Sister Maki you woke up? She's going to be so mad. Ryunosuke visibly paled. Maki, he had forgotten. As if summoned by her name, a low voice echoed behind him. Captain, why didn't you contact me the moment you woke up? Am I so useless as the ship's doctor? Ryunosuke flinched. Thank you for your hard work, Maki, Don't move. Without waiting, she inserted silk threads into his body to examine him. She wasn't really mad. In fact, her lips curled into a smile. Only Ryunosuke got this kind of leniency. If anyone else had pulled this stunt, she would have gone berserk. Captain's vitals are normal, Maki announced. Nutrient levels stable. She turned and walked away, but Shirahoshi stared after her. She's your partner too? You're so lucky to have so many people you can trust. But that envy quickly softened, because now she had a partner too. Ryunosuke. Together, they dove into the sea. Everything was new to Shirahoshi. She'd rarely ventured out before. Even the darkness didn't scare her. Not with Ryunosuke and Akame by her side. Brother Ryunosuke. A pirate ship, Akame shouted. Ryunosuke immediately activated his observation haki. He scanned the ship, and his expression darkened. Charlotte Linland's flag? He focused. Perispero, Baron Tamago, Peckham's. He blinked. That was Big Mom's crew. Why were they here? This was the border of the New World. The four emperors didn't usually roam this close to Fishman Island. Still, ignore them, he said. Let's head back, don't want to make King Neptune worry. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered an emperor's crew. And it wouldn't be the last. Ryunosuke didn't even spare them another glance. In his eyes, these were just insignificant small fries. Without another word, he dove back into the sea alongside Shirahoshi. Meanwhile, aboard Perisparo's ship. Did you feel that just now? Perisparo asked. Eyes narrowed as he stared at the space where Ryunosuke and the others had vanished. It felt like someone was watching his observation hockey, maybe. He furrowed his brows, uneasy. The distance between them and Ryunosuke had been vast, but that sensation of being detected still lingered. Yet now, with Ryunosuke submerged beneath the sea, Perisparo's observation hockey could only sense a deep void. I didn't feel anything, Baron Tamago replied casually as he sipped his tea. Peckhams shook his head too. Same, didn't catch anything. To be fair, neither of them were particularly skilled with observation hockey. If Katakuri had been here, maybe he could have sensed something more specific. TCH. Forget it, Perisparo muttered, brushing the thought away. What matters now is Fishman Island. Big Mom wants it. She said we need to take it while the Whitebeard pirates are too distracted to notice. She loves the sweets from here, after all. And the mermaids, she wants them in the crew too. We cannot screw this up. His voice turned sharp by the end. Yes, their mission this time was to seize control over Fishman Island. Charlotte Linlin had already clashed with the Whitebeard pirates over this once before, and she lost. So even when she wanted to taste the sweets of Fishman Island, she had to buy them, at exorbitant prices and in frustratingly limited quantities. Linlin never forgot that loss. Since then, she challenged Fishman Island at least once a year. But the full force of a Yonko couldn't be deployed lightly. A direct clash between Whitebeard and Big Mom could attract dangerous third parties. So, they sent their subordinates instead. Last year, Daifuku had come. But his abilities were useless against Marco, and he ended up getting thrashed. This year, it was Perisparo's turn. Who Whitebeard would send in response, nobody knew. But as long as they could win, everything else would fall into place. Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard had a deeper relationship, after all. The ship soon entered the coding process. Back on Fishman Island, Ryunosuke and the others returned without much fanfare. Captain, someone's here looking for you, Najendo reported quickly as the crew disembarked. As soon as he saw the ship, he started yelling. Brother! A loud voice cut her off. Ace! Ace! Ryunosuke blinked in surprise. What the hell are you doing here? With Blackbeard still on the run, Ace should have been busy chasing him down. Grinning, Ace lifted a hand, and a brilliant flame ignited in his palm, blue and white, split perfectly in the middle by a glowing arc. My flames got stronger again, he said proudly. The heat rolling off it made even Ryunosuke whistle. That was the base level of temperature he reached using the pure yang flame. Clearly, Ace had been working hard. Not bad, Ryunosuke said, nodding. But what are you doing on Fishman Island? Heading to the New World? Not traveling with your pops? Nah, Ace said, scratching his head. I'm here on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates. We're expecting a fight against someone from Big Mom's crew. I don't know who they'll send, but I'll beat him either way. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. That's so, I ran into Perisparo on the way back. Baron Tamago and Peckhams were with him too. Ace smirked. Perfect. Fire melts candy. I want to fight with you, brother. 10 minutes later. Brother, can't you be gentler? It hurts, Ace yelled, clutching his bruised face. Get up, Ryunosuke snorted. With your physique, that's nothing. Seriously, with all his talent, this guy still acted like a drama queen. Oh, right. Ace suddenly brightened. You hear about what happened in the Sabodi archipelago? Ryunosuke tilted his head. What happened? He'd been too preoccupied lately, with Sea Kings, Joy Boy, and other such matters, to pay attention to world news. The Revolutionary Army attacked. Like, full scale. They stormed the place, killed 2 celestial dragons, wiped out every noble involved in the slave trade, and freed thousands of slaves. Took a mountain of treasure, too. Ace's eyes gleamed with excitement. So soon? Ryunosuke murmured. He knew Dragon would move eventually, but to strike within just 10 days of their meeting, that was some terrifying execution. No hesitation, no wasted time. Did Luffy get involved? Nah. After Marineford, the Empress took him. He's probably on Amazon Lily by now. Ace grinned. Can you believe it? Out of the 4 of us, Luffy's the first one to land a girlfriend, ha ha ha. Of course, none of them knew what had happened to Sabo, or of Kurla's existence. As for Ryunosuke, he might have a ship full of beautiful women, but his heart wasn't focused on that right now. Anyway, don't worry about them for now, he said. Once you finish your fight here, are you heading out again to hunt Blackbeard? Yeah, Ace nodded. But, Pop's worried, said I shouldn't go alone after what happened last time. So now, he's issued a Emperor Pursuit Order. A what? Ryunosuke blinked. He'd never heard of that before. The Emperor Pursuit Order is like a bounty notice, but issued by a Yonko crew. There are 2 rewards. 1. Standard cash like the government bounty. The other is a favor from the Yonko crew, anything that doesn't harm their group. Ace explained it with a grin. Huh, interesting. Ryunosuke's eyes gleamed. The Emperor Pursuit Order. Now that was a system with potential. His bounty was already sky high. Many on the seas already recognized the Dragon Hunter pirates as an Emperor crew in their own right. Maybe, someday soon, he'd issue one of his own, and when he did, the whole sea would tremble. Whitebeard's promise still carried incredible weight. For most sane people, it was far more valuable than any amount of berries. After all, having the protection of an Emperor-level pirate crew meant you could walk the seas without fear. Well, unless you ran into someone insane, like Luffy. Then, all bets were off. I'll wait for you in the New World, Ace said, grinning. But as for Blackbeard, I doubt he's headed there just yet. Ryunosuke's tone grew more serious. He's probably still somewhere in the Grand Line. Ace's expression lit up with hope. Wait, brother. Do you know where Blackbeard is? If you do, then this Emperor Pursuit Order wouldn't even be necessary. I don't, Ryunosuke said bluntly, but let me make a call. He turned away and pulled out his Den Mushi. At that same moment, on a remote island in the Grand Line. Teach, what do we do now? Lafitte spoke with a lazy smile, his cane resting across his shoulders. After our miscalculation of the Dragon Hunter pirates and Whitebeard's crew, we're in a bit of a tight spot. The Blackbeard pirates had been cobbled together by ambition, not loyalty. Their common goal was chaos, disrupting the world order, seizing power. But trust? Bonds? Not a chance. If Blackbeard ever lost his edge, they'd scatter like cockroaches. Well, Jesus might stick around. But that was probably just because he lacked the brain cells to leave. Zee-ha-ha-ha-ha, Blackbeard's iconic laugh rolled across the island. There's a new opportunity. If we want to survive on this sea, this might be our best shot. From within his coat, Blackbeard pulled out a don't. After their last mistake, one truth had become obvious to him. Avoid the eyes of the seagulls. Morgans had sold them information, sure, but he could just as easily sell their location to someone else. So now, every time Blackbeard received intel from the news company, he'd immediately vanish from the bird's radar. The result? Morgans had misreported his whereabouts more than once, which had, in part, triggered the Whitebeard pirates to issue the Emperor Pursuit Order. The incident at the Sabodi archipelago? Jesus asked, peering over Teach's shoulder. We're gonna kill celestial dragons? Ahahaha. Sounds like fun. He laughed like a lunatic. Lafitte and Van Augur exchanged silent glances, both wearing expressions that screamed, please shut up. The man was all muscle, no mind. Blackbeard didn't seem to mind. We've only got one path forward, he said, eyes gleaming, the world government. After what happened in Marineford and Sabodi, they're starting to lose faith in the Navy. So, what if we offered them a new kind of organization? There it was. The mad glint in his eyes. Blackbeard had once hoped to use the Navy as a weapon. To have them kill Whitebeard, steal the tremor fruit, and claim a seat among the 4 emperors. But then, the Dragon Hunter pirates had risen out of nowhere, derailing his plans. Still, he wasn't the type to give up. Back on Whitebeard's ship, he'd been plotting already. It was only after finding the dark fruit that he changed direction. When it came to schemes, Teach was nothing if not adaptable. Create a new force? Van Augur asked, raising an eyebrow. And why would the world government even consider trusting us? Right now, we're just wanted pirates. They wouldn't make deals with rats like us. Oh, but they would, Blackbeard said, tapping the paper in his hand. If we do this. The headline was enormous. Revolutionary Army destroys Sabaody. 2 celestial dragons killed. Revolutionary Army, Lafitte muttered, realization dawning. That's right, Teach grinned. They're the real threat now. The pirates, even the emperors, are just pieces on the board. But the Revolutionary Army? They're trying to flip the board. He leaned forward, voice low and dangerous. And I know where their headquarters is. Imagine it. We take out the Revolutionary Army's base. We hand the world government the heads of the men who just murdered celestial dragons. Do you think they won't reward us? The others stared at him, stunned at first. Then slowly, their expressions twisted into something darker. Something more unhinged. They'd been living like fugitives, hiding in the shadows. But this could put them back on the map. They didn't care that the Revolutionary Army had fought for freedom. They didn't care that the government was corrupt. They weren't here to save the world. They were here to own it. Elsewhere, on Baldigo, Mamoiro Island, headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Blackbeard, Dragon frowned, eyes narrowing as he listened to the Dendenmushi. Why would he attack us? They had no ties to pirates. The Revolutionary Army's only goal was to overthrow the world government. In theory, that didn't conflict with pirate ideals. But this information wasn't from just anyone, it was from Ryunosuke. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care, Dragon said, pacing slowly. But if it's Ryunosuke, I'll take it seriously. I'm not certain of the exact details yet, came Ryunosuke's calm voice through the receiver. But I've already passed the intel along to the Whitebeard pirates. They'll be arriving soon. When they do, don't get into any unnecessary conflict. And as for Blackbeard, with you there, I don't think you'll be walking away unscathed. Dragon gave a rare chuckle. He trusted Ryunosuke's instincts. More importantly, the stakes were too high to ignore. They'd just relocated thousands of freed slaves to Baldigo after the Sabaody operation. A surprise attack now could be catastrophic. Not only would innocent lives be lost, but their entire campaign could collapse. Understood, Dragon said finally. I'll take every precaution, and I'll welcome the Whitebeard pirates when they arrive. He ended the call. Chief, Sabo said as he approached, face grim, I trust Big Brother's warning. I've seen Blackbeard's battle footage. He's not just strong, he's dangerous. And it's not just him we have to worry about, he added. His crew, they're all monsters. Dragon didn't respond immediately, but his jaw tightened, back on Fishman Island. Brother, are you serious? Ace looked uncertain as he listened to the conversation between Ryunosuke and Dragon. The idea that Blackbeard was planning an attack on Baldigo, the Revolutionary Army's base, was hard to believe. Especially since Ace didn't even know where Baldigo was, so how the hell would Blackbeard? It's very likely, Ryunosuke replied, arms crossed as he stared into the distance. In the original timeline, he remembered that Blackbeard had destroyed Mamoiro Island. The Revolutionary Army had evacuated because they couldn't afford a prolonged battle, not at that time. But things were different now. The Revolutionary Army wasn't just a reckless underground force anymore. They were making moves, real ones. And their recent gains were their biggest bargaining chips yet. If they lost those in a surprise attack, it would be a massive blow to their movement. Ryunosuke sighed. Anyway, let's deal with what's in front of us first. They're here. Ace turned his gaze upward, following Ryunosuke's eyes. A coated ship glided through the bubble waters and entered Fishman Island. Perispero's ship. He brought Baron Tamago, Peckhams, and a battalion of candy soldiers. Dragon Hunter pirates. Ryunosuke. Perispero's face darkened as he spotted Ryunosuke and Ace standing not far away. The sea already knew about the bond between the two. Their presence here? It was terrible news. Captain, Enel approached, bored expression on his face. He hated slow days. After seeing the wonders of the world above the blue sea, Fishman Island felt small, stifling. I'm asking when we're setting sail again. Enel, the Thunder God. Peckham's tensed immediately, his aura flaring as he dropped into a battle stance. Baron Tamago mirrored the motion, equally tense. Only Perispero hesitated, his instincts screamed danger. He knew the dragon hunter pirates weren't people you messed with. And this guy, Enel, wasn't just some crew member. He was a former warlord of the sea and one of Ryunosuke's captains. Enel raised a brow at the hostility. Captain, are these guys enemies? Without waiting for an answer, electricity crackled through his body. He vanished in a flash, reappearing directly behind Peckham's. TCH. Peckham's tried to activate his zone ability, but he was still sent flying with a brutal roundhouse kick. Hardy bastard. Enel muttered, lightning dancing along his arms. Captain, can I kill them? The sheer voltage in the air caused the candy soldiers to hesitate. None dared take a step forward. Stand down, Enel, Ryunosuke said calmly. They're Ace's opponents. It's not our place to interfere, yet. TCH. So they're not even worthy of being our enemies, Enel scoffed, vanishing again and reappearing beside Ryunosuke like he'd never moved. Before the Big Mom pirates could breathe a sigh of relief, another voice rang out. Is this one of those special species, Captain? Crollo stepped forward, holding Peckham's, who now looked completely broken, by the scruff of his furred neck. Can I add him to the collection? Peckham's could barely move. First crushed by Enel's kick, now suppressed by Crollo's strange telepathy, he looked absolutely miserable. He hadn't even done anything. How had he become this guy's collectible? No, Ryunosuke replied. He's one of Big Mom's men. This battle's between them and Whitebeard's people. We'll wait our turn. Ryunosuke's words might have sounded calm, but the subtle smirk on his lips did not go unnoticed by Perispero. This bastard had definitely planned all this. Even back on the open sea, that mysterious haki he felt had to have come from this crew. Can't we kill them? Akame asked, stepping into view. Let's go, Tatsumi. Tatsumi followed wordlessly, his armored footsteps silent. Perispero's pupils shrank. When did they get here? He hadn't sensed them at all. Akame's bloodlust had spiked only a moment ago, and that man in armor? With armor that should make noise? Yet he hadn't sensed anything. His observation haki hadn't even flickered. Captain, Mine called out cheerfully, hopping into view as she retracted her turret. Tell me next time. I almost blew up their crew. She said the most horrifying thing imaginable with the smile and tone of a child asking for ice cream. Perispero was no longer just concerned, he was sweating bullets. Why did I accept this damn mission? Should have made Katakuri come himself. Gulp. As the rest of the Dragon Hunter crew stepped forward one by one, a terrifying presence gathered behind Ryunosuke. Apologies for being late. A booming voice echoed across the dock. Escanor arrived, his presence radiating like sunlight. But it seems I'm not even needed here anymore, he added with a laugh. Perispero stared at the man. Just some middle-aged guy? So why did his instincts scream that death was one word away? Even ignoring him, the crew gathered here could annihilate their forces in seconds. Well then, don't mind us, Escanor said warmly. We're just here to watch. With a snap of his fingers, he handed out drinks and snacks, already prepared, already chilled. Snacks and refreshments are ready, he said like a host at a garden party. This man, Perispero thought, staring in disbelief. He's insane. They're all insane. He was already starting to calculate how to retreat. Even if they won, would they survive long enough to leave? Ace, Perispero called, forcing a grin. Is this the attitude of the Whitebeard pirates? He didn't dare direct that question at Ryunosuke. So he aimed it at Ace instead, hoping he'd remember which flag he sailed under. We didn't do anything, Ace replied with a shrug. Sure, my brother and I are close, but they're the Dragon Hunter pirates. We're the Whitebeard pirates. I've got no authority over what they do. He stepped forward, blue-white flames beginning to swirl around him. So let's finish this. Perispero froze. In past years, their missions here always included 3 Big Mom crew members. This time, it was just him, and standing against him was Ace. And behind Ace, a demon crew with enough firepower to start a war. What kind of nightmare did I walk into? I'll go first. Peckham's burst forward without hesitation. Humiliated after being beaten by Enel and captured like some exotic pet by Crollo, he was burning with frustration. He had to redeem himself, especially with the Big Mom pirates facing off against the Whitebeard pirates. And Ace? He was the perfect target to unleash it all. You? Ace cracked his knuckles, a smirk playing on his lips. Bring it. Flames erupted beneath Ace's feet as he propelled himself forward like a missile, his speed eclipsing even that of the Navy's Rokushiki. But Peckham's wasn't some random lackey. As a combatant of the Big Mom pirates and a warrior of the Mink tribe, he met Ace head-on, activating his devil fruit ability mid-charge and slamming a hockey-covered fist toward Ace's flaming strike. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the bubble dome. He was knocked back, but protected by his zone ability, Peckham's barely took any damage. He charged again, claws unsheathed, aiming straight for Ace's core. As they exchanged blows, Peckham's began to struggle, keeping up the pressure while maintaining his zone defense, and resisting Ace's intense flames was draining. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, then yanked a pill from his coat and swallowed it. Boom! A violent surge of energy burst from his body, shaking the ground beneath them. Ace backed off, frowning. What the hell is that? Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed as he watched from a distance. He turned to Conrad, who stood silently beside him. Is that some kind of Mink tribe specialty? Conrad's expression darkened. No, that's not ours. It's something from the outside, probably made by the underworld or through Big Mom's channels. And judging by the aura, they're trying to force a transformation into Sulong form. Ryunosuke's expression shifted slightly. The Sulong, or Moon Lion, form was a berserker state exclusive to the Mink tribe when exposed to the full moon. Normally uncontrollable unless mastered. Conrad, with his moonlight fruit, was one of the rare few who could control it freely. But forcing that transformation artificially, it's dangerous. Peckham's transformation completed with a final burst of white light. He emerged in Sulong form, fur bristling, eyes red with fury, and killing intent radiating off him like a wildfire. But even to the untrained eye, something was off. His aura was unstable, his breath ragged, his gaze feral. He's turned, Ace muttered. But you think that's enough to beat me? Flames exploded across his body. I'm Portgas D. Ace, Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander. He launched himself into the sky and came crashing down like a meteor, heat rolling in waves. Ryunosuke raised his hand, casually sealing the surrounding area in a sound-dampening barrier. He wasn't about to let collateral damage rain down on Fishman Island, or trouble Shirahoshi again. The battle between Ace and Peckham's intensified until… Idiot! Conrad's voice tore through the air like a whip. Peckham's froze mid-swing. His bloodshot eyes flickered, then slowly began to clear. Conrad, the fury in his expression faltered the moment he saw the familiar face. With everything happening so fast, he hadn't noticed Conrad among the dragon hunter pirates. Now, he did. You still remember our traditions? Conrad snarled, stepping forward. The Sulong form isn't some tool for monsters to play with. Have you forgotten what it means to be a mink? Peckham's form began to collapse. The brilliant white fur faded. His limbs shook. Within moments, he dropped to his knees, reverting to normal. He was done. Too exhausted to stand. Too ashamed to meet Conrad's eyes. I lost, he whispered, barely audible. He stepped aside without protest. He couldn't even look at his fellow minks. And worst of all, he couldn't bring himself to explain that this wasn't what he wanted. There was simply no time for excuses. I'll handle the next one, Baron Tamago said, stepping forward. He didn't understand why Peckham's had surrendered, but that didn't matter. His job now was to defeat Ace. Come on then, Ace grinned, confidence surging. He rushed forward, blade-shaped flames bursting from his arm, flame slash. The strike was sudden and brutal, catching Tamago completely off guard. Slash. His body split in half midair. So weak. Ace blinked. That's a Big Mom pirate? But then, from the spilled yolk on the floor, something began to grow. Tamago evolved. From Baron to Viscount Hiyoko. The egg fruit's strange power allowed him to evolve upon damage. Stronger, faster, sharper. Without missing a beat, Viscount Hiyoko lunged at Ace. And while he was stronger than before, Ace was no slouch. After a flurry of blows, flames, and counters, Ace overwhelmed him once again. From there, it was only a matter of time before the final form, Count Niwatori, appeared. And was promptly defeated. 3 evolutions, 3 beatdowns. 2 out of 3 victories for Ace. There was no longer a need for Parasparrow to join the fight. "We're leaving," Parasparrow said, voice tight. He didn't want to linger a second longer. Something told him if he didn't get off this island now, he might never leave again. "You go on ahead," Peckham said quietly, still sitting on the ground. "I'll return later." "Peckhams, what are you? If Mother is angry, I'll take full responsibility." Parasparrow didn't argue. He just turned and left, taking the battered remnants of his team with him. Crollo looked after Baron Tamago with a hungry glint in his eyes. That man did look like a rare species, if they hadn't run just then. He might have actually added him to the collection. Peckhams dragged himself forward. He stopped in front of Conrad. Then, without a word, he knelt. The entire crowd fell silent. Even Ryunosuke blinked in confusion. Wait, what? He didn't know much about Mink tribe customs, but Peckham's status on Zou wasn't low. And Conrad wasn't exactly royalty, so why kneel? "Captain," Crollo suddenly whispered, "I'll be back." He grabbed Maki's hand and disappeared without another word. "Oh, K," Ryunosuke muttered. He gave up trying to understand the weirdness of his crew for now. He was sure the explanation would come soon enough. "Peckhams," Conrad said softly, "have you betrayed Zou?" Behind him, the other Mink tribe members stared at Peckhams silently, waiting. Peckhams didn't lift his head. "They stole my fur, and then..." He clenched his fists. His voice cracked. "I didn't have a choice." Peckhams had tried to convince himself it didn't matter. If he never used that ability again in front of the Mink tribe, maybe he could pretend it never happened. But now, standing before Conrad, and with so many of his tribesmen gathered around him, there was no escaping it. He'd been exposed, and there was no going back. "Stole your fur?" Ryunosuke asked, tilting his head. "This some kind of genetic experiment?" Conrad had still been fuming, but at Ryunosuke's words, he fell silent. He was crew, and if the captain spoke, you listened. "Yes," Peckhams admitted at last, shame coloring his voice. "But the researchers weren't part of our crew. Mother entrusted it to someone else. I don't know who." Ryunosuke's expression shifted thoughtfully. The science of this world really was a mess. For a world ruled by marines with muskets and pirate ships armed with cannons, there were also cyborgs, pacifistas, and now, genetic technology. There was no consistent logic. Only chaos. And yet, somewhere in the shadows, someone like Vegapunk exists. "Peckhams," Ryunosuke said firmly. "Tell Charlotte Linlin this. I'm coming for her." He turned and began walking away. "Why, leave?" Conrad stepped forward, cutting Peckhams off coldly. His face twisted in disgust. Whatever Peckham's reasons, there was no forgiveness here, not now. Still, the captain needed him alive, for now, to deliver a message. So Peckhams would live, but he would not be welcomed. The rest of the Dragon Hunter pirates left without another word. They had no more interest in him. "Mother," Peckhams whispered to the air, eyes lingering on the space where Ryunosuke had stood. "I think we've provoked something far beyond us. He's a monster." No matter what punishment awaited him back home, he knew what had to be done: deliver the message and live. Because if Charlotte Linlin was unprepared when he came knocking, it wouldn't just be Peckhams who suffered, and so Peckhams turned and left Fishman Island. Later, inside a quiet tavern tucked between coral buildings, the Dragon Hunter pirates gathered. When they entered, every other patron made themselves scarce. Even if Ryunosuke hadn't harmed a soul on Fishman Island, his reputation alone sent chills down spines. After all, this was the most dangerous pirate crew on the seas. "Conrad," Ryunosuke said, sitting down. "That Sulong form Peckhams used, was that normal?" Conrad's face grew grim. "No," he said flatly, "it's not. The Sulong, or Moon Lion, form is a total release of our primal instincts. It strengthens our haki, both armament and observation. But it's extremely dangerous. If you can't control it, you become a mindless beast, a killing machine. Eventually, your body burns out and dies." He paused, then added, "It's not like we haven't studied it before. In fact, Our tribe nearly destroyed itself trying to master it. That's why such research was declared a taboo. No one, not even nobles, are allowed to tamper with the Sulong. Ryunosuke nodded slowly. No wonder Conrad had lost it when Peckham's used that pill. It wasn't just dangerous, it was sacrilege. I understand now, Ryunosuke said. Conrad, I'll go to Toto Land myself and investigate this. Someone's playing God with your people. I know this means something to you. And if you're one of mine, then your tribe is under my protection too. Ryunosuke offered a rare smile. Bang! Conrad dropped to his knees, forehead slamming against the wooden floor. Thank you, Captain. I don't have the strength to take on the Big Mom pirates, not yet. I wanted to uncover this myself. I wanted to kill them with my own hands. His voice cracked. But I knew, if the dragon hunter pirates didn't care, I'd have no choice but to stay silent. For the sake of the crew, for survival. But now, thank you. Behind him, the other Mink tribe members followed suit. They dropped to their knees in unison. They hadn't just been rescued from slavery. Now, their pain, their blood, was being recognized. They'd been seen. Since you're my crew, Ryunosuke said, I take responsibility. Go. Prepare the ship. We leave Fishman Island tomorrow. Yes, Captain. They stood with misty eyes, wiping away tears as they hurried to fulfill their orders. You're really gonna pick a fight with Big Mom, huh? Ace said, arms crossed as he leaned on a pillar. She's a Yonko, you know. He sighed. Then again, you've never been scared of that sort of thing. There was no point trying to stop his brother. He knew that now. Ryunosuke always walked his own path. And Ace? He had his own future to chase too. By the way, why do you want me to come along? Ace asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't think you need my help. You're right, Ryunosuke replied, resting a hand on his shoulder. But I need you to pass a message to Uncle Whitebeard. If things go south between me and Charlotte Linlin, I don't want him to interfere. I'll handle it. Ace stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Ryunosuke turned and left. There was one last thing to do before they sailed. Say goodbye to Shirahoshi. The next morning, Neptune himself came to see them off. Shirahoshi stood beside him, eyes misty, but smiling. As they prepared to depart, giant sea kings emerged from the deep, summoned by Shirahoshi's voice to escort the dragon hunter pirates on their journey. Uncle Neptune, Ryunosuke said, pulling out a small snail. This is our Den Den Mushi. Consider it a symbol of our alliance. If you need anything, call us. He placed it gently in Neptune's hand. He didn't give it to Shirahoshi. Not because she wasn't important, she was. But she still didn't quite understand what a tool like this truly meant. Neptune, as king, would know when and how to use it. I understand, Neptune said, voice deep and respectful. May our friendship last forever. Though Whitebeard's name still guarded Fishman Island, it was never a bad thing to have more powerful allies. Especially ones like him. Neptune could tell, Ryunosuke wasn't just strong. He had ambition. After a few final farewells, the dragon hunter pirates returned to their ship, ready to set sail once more. Captain. Crollo appeared, egg in hand, grinning like a child with a new toy. I caught him. Look, Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. Egg Baron? He glanced at the strange, dormant egg in Crollo's hands. Why's he like that? Dormant state. Crollo replied casually. Won't die anytime soon. Much easier to store this way. He tossed the egg into his personal storage space without hesitation. Ryunosuke didn't mind. They were already going after the Big Mom pirates eventually. This was just an early strike. Captain, what are we hitting next? Uvijin asked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. He'd been bored out of his mind these past few days. Now that they were setting sail again, and towards trouble, no less, his blood was pumping. Hit? Ryunosuke smirked. We're pirates, Uvijin. We don't steal. If we want something, we take it. Laughter echoed across the deck. The phantom troop fit far too well into the world of pirates. Ruthless, unpredictable, and hungry for chaos. Yes, Captain. Then what are we robbing next? Uvijin laughed. Their excitement was infectious. The evil warship surged forward into the sea, cutting through the current like a beast unchained. With Shirahoshi's help, a group of massive sea kings soon gathered around them. Lord Ryunosuke, Shirahoshi said sweetly, "These little cuties will help escort you." Her tone grew slightly concerned. "We might run into a current, a group of white dragons. That's why the sea kings are here." "White dragons?" The crew gathered around, intrigued. "That sounds valuable. Can I collect it?" Krollo asked. "White dragons, sounds like a high-ranking sea creature. Could be dangerous," Yahiko muttered. "Sounds delicious," Akame added, already licking her lips. "Delicious?" someone repeated, incredulous. Akame's words triggered something primal in the crew. The next thing Ryunosuke knew, they were discussing cooking methods, seasoning, and side dishes. Even Yahiko, usually stoic and reserved, was starting to consider recipes. Ryunosuke sighed. That was the power of being surrounded by foodies. It spread like a virus. "Unfortunately," he said, amused, "they're not creatures. White dragons refer to a powerful underwater current. They're rare, violent whirlpools. Get caught in one, and even the toughest warships can be dragged into oblivion. That's why we need the Sea Kings." The collective disappointment was palpable. "Not food," Akame blinked, crushed. Even the rice-averse Yahiko looked slightly dejected. In One Piece, food was more than sustenance. It was energy, power, and for some, a way of life. Ryunosuke chuckled and looked at Shirahoshi. "We're counting on you, little princess." Shirahoshi nodded firmly. "Leave it to me, Lord Ryunosuke." With renewed determination, she swam out of the bubble and climbed atop the head of a massive sea king. With her guidance, the Sea Kings began lifting the evil warship toward the surface. Suddenly, whoom, a tremendous surge rocked the ship. A towering current, shimmering white and violently twisting, rose from the depths like a sea serpent. It was the White Dragon. The pull was immense. Even the reinforced warship began to tremble. Ryunosuke's gaze sharpened. "Yep. That's it." He stood steady as the ship rocked beneath him. "The ocean really is terrifying. There's so much about this world we still don't understand." The current struck from behind. If it connected, it wouldn't destroy the ship, but it would drag them somewhere unknown. And that, more than destruction, was unacceptable. "Leave it to me," Shirahoshi called cheerfully. Then she did something that made everyone on board freeze. "Ah," she let out a strange, melodic sound. At first, it was confusing, until they felt it. A pulse. A reverberation across the ocean. A life force, colossal, was responding. Everyone rushed to the railing. From the shadows of the deep, something enormous stirred. A horse-faced sea king, easily dwarfing the ship, and even larger than the legendary island eaters, emerged from the abyss. Roar! It let out a thunderous cry and surged forward. Then, to everyone's shock, it ate the White Dragon. Swallowed the entire current in a single gulp. Silence. Then, the Sea King calmly approached Shirahoshi. She reached down and patted its head like a pet. "Thank you," she said sweetly. The Sea King made a pleased rumble before vanishing into the sea. Everyone aboard stared. "Shirahoshi," Ryunosuke said, recovering first. "Your friends are really something." "They're all very cute," she replied with a big smile. "Cute?" the crew shouted in unison. That monster was cute. But then, they glanced at each other. To the rest of the world, they were monsters too. So perhaps, in Shirahoshi's eyes, everything terrifying could still be called adorable. Escorted by her powerful companions, the dragon hunter pirates reached the surface. Ryunosuke turned to Shirahoshi one last time. "Make a promise with me," he said. "You called me your joy boy. So from now on, we'll be bound by fate. One day, I'll bring Fishman Island back to the sunlight." Shirahoshi's eyes welled up, but she smiled and nodded. "Yeah." They bumped fists. With that, the extremely evil warship surged ahead. Shirahoshi watched until they disappeared over the horizon before diving back into the sea. Elsewhere, the seas outside Baldigo, White Soil Island. A dark ship approached. "Teach, this the place?" Luffy asked, scanning the island with his telescope. "If we take this, we'll have enough bargaining power with the world government." His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The Revolutionary Army was no easy target, but it was a worthy one. The thought of it made his blood boil. Blackbeard stood at the helm, laughing. Zhahahaha, Whitebeard, Ryunosuke, you can't stop me. This is my era. And it starts here. Even now, Blackbeard found it hard to believe what had happened. When he'd first drafted his grand plan, the Dragon Hunter pirates hadn't even existed. Ryunosuke wasn't even on his radar. And yet, they had become the biggest disruption to his ambitions. The plan he once considered perfect had almost ended with his death. Not this time. This time, there would be no mistakes. Move out. Blackbeard raised his massive blade into the air. We flattened Baldigo, wipe White Soil Island off the map. At his command, the armada behind him surged forward. These weren't just his original crewmates. Over the past months, Teach had attracted countless pirates, madmen, criminals, and power-hungry drifters. The chaos at Marineford had elevated Blackbeard's name. His strength, his ambition, and his willingness to challenge the world had turned him into a dark beacon for outcasts. And now, with the promise of attacking the Revolutionary Army, their bloodlust boiled over. But Blackbeard had more than just numbers, he had secrets. And only his core crew knew what weapons he had brought to this battlefield. As Baldigo emerged on the horizon, the crew began to speak. So this is the Revolutionary Army's base? Pretty plain looking. Without an eternal pose, you'd never even find this dump. How do they even survive out here? No booze, no fun. What a miserable life. They laughed, mocking the simple outpost nestled in the cliffs of White Earth Island. But despite their jeering, a tension settled over them. Beneath the mockery was fear. They were about to face the Revolutionary Army. And not just their soldiers. Their leaders. Captain, suspicious ship spotted in the distance. Should we engage? A lookout shouted from the mast. Blackbeard grinned. Zhahaha, sure. Let's take care of it on the way. Just a warm-up. 3 ships from Blackbeard's fleet changed course, moving toward the unknown vessel. Blackbeard, meanwhile, stayed on target, heading straight for Baldigo's Bay. Captain, something's wrong, one of the scouts called down. They're not chasing us, and Van Augur raised his sniper's scope, but as he focused, his fingers started to tremble. That never happened. A sniper's fingers were sacred. A calm hand was a matter of life and death. Van Augur? Blackbeard frowned. What is it? What did you see? Van Augur didn't answer right away. Then he spoke, voice tight with shock. Whitebeard pirates. What? Blackbeard's voice cracked, and he grabbed the scope from Van Augur's hand. There they were. Ships flying the mark of Whitebeard's crew, already positioned and waiting for him. They were expecting us. Panic swept across the deck. Facing the Revolutionary Army was already risky, but if the Whitebeard pirates were here too. This was a trap. This doesn't make sense, Blackbeard muttered. We didn't leak anything. The world government wouldn't sell me out, would they? But even as he asked, a name came unbidden to his mind. A face. A wild grin, sharp eyes, and monstrous strength. Ryunosuke. He wasn't here, but Blackbeard knew this had his fingerprints all over it. Teach, we need to retreat, Lafitte urged, appearing at his side. If they've cut us off, and you only have one more use of that ability left, then staying means death. He didn't wait for a reply. Captain. More ships on the rear flank. The lookout's voice rang out again. The Revolutionary Army's fleet is returning. No, they're cutting us off, Blackbeard's face twisted. They were surrounded. The only path left was forward. His shadowy escape technique, the one that had saved his life countless times, couldn't be used recklessly. The backlash alone nearly destroyed him last time. And if he used it again, it would trigger a cooldown of over a year. If he couldn't escape next time, he'd die. Land, we land now. Blackbeard barked the order. We'll take hostages. Everyone on that island belongs to the Revolutionary Army. We'll use them as bargaining chips. There was no other way. Even if it was risky, he knew Dragon's forces wouldn't sacrifice innocents. Not after their recent rescue operations. This was his only shot, and for the first time since they'd set sail. Blackbeard felt confident again. They docked at Baldigo. Blackbeard stormed ashore, blade in hand, scanning for targets. But the first figure to appear wasn't a civilian. It was Sabo. Standing tall at the front lines, backed by commanders and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, Sabo smirked. Took you long enough. Blackbeard froze mid-step. They weren't just ready, they were waiting. This whole thing had been a setup from the start. Your big plan didn't go unnoticed, Teach, Sabo said casually. Big brother told me days in advance. We had time to prepare. Now the question is, are you ready to die? Blackbeard's eyes widened. Big brother. He stared, mouth dry. You mean, your big brother is Ryunosuke? Sabo's grin widened. That's right. My brother is Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Blackbeard's heart sank like a stone. The trap had been baited long ago. Before he could respond, Sabo burst forward, coated in blackened armament haki, fire flaring around his fists. Revolutionary Army, attack! Before Blackbeard could even process what was happening, Sabo and the Revolutionary Army charged. The clash was instant. The commanders of the Revolutionary Army engaged Blackbeard's crew, while Sabo himself took on Teach directly. Though not a devil fruit user, Sabo fought with brutal precision and fluid technique. He didn't rely on gimmicks. His body was a weapon forged through willpower and training. But even so, damn, Sabo muttered, backing off as he wiped blood from his cheek. This guy's no joke. Blackbeard was powerful, frighteningly so. Even while stunned, he was an overwhelming force. Sabo knew he couldn't beat him head-on, so instead, he switched tactics. Guerrilla warfare. Strike, retreat, stall. His mission wasn't to win, it was to keep Teach from escaping. Teach, a familiar voice roared from the skies. A streak of blue flames dropped from above. Marco. He struck hard, slamming straight into Blackbeard with talons of blazing phoenix fire. But Blackbeard had been expecting him, no more hesitation. He finally understood, this was no time to think about Ryunosuke or anyone else. If he didn't escape now, he was going to die here. Buzz. Blackbeard activated his armament haki, coating his body in a deep, obsidian layer. It exploded outward in a pressure wave, so dense it rattled the bay. Marco staggered back. Damn, that's advanced haki, Marco growled. This wasn't ordinary armament. It had penetration. It was Ryu, the secret technique from Wano. Blackbeard had been hiding this. Evening fell. Baldigo lay in ruins. Ash scattered on the wind, buildings charred and crumbling. Sabo stood at the edge of the cliff, looking out over the wreckage with a frustrated sigh. He still escaped. They had laid every trap, deployed every defense, prepared for every contingency. And yet, Blackbeard had slipped away once again. Using the dark cavity of his Yami Yami no Mi, he released the debris and chaos from the previous battle, blinding Whitebeard's vision just long enough to vanish. He'd taken a few of his core crewmates and fled into the shadows. Just like last time. All right. Begin phase 2, Dragon said calmly, stepping up beside Sabo. It's time to relocate. We've already prepared for this. Despite the destruction, Dragon's expression was relaxed. Almost satisfied. I used to hesitate, he admitted, watching the smoke rise. All the effort we poured into Baldigo, it felt like a waste. But now I understand. Without destruction, there is no rebirth. He chuckled. Maybe I'm finally starting to understand what Ryunosuke meant. Sabo nodded, still catching his breath. By the way, Commander, what about the Whitebeard pirates? They just left? He asked, puzzled. They came in full force and still let Blackbeard escape? I already thanked them, Dragon said. And I promised to send them any future intel on Blackbeard. They're different than I imagined, he smiled faintly. Years ago, Dragon had been a rising star in the Navy, one of their finest. The son of Garp. The pride of the Marines. He'd crossed paths with the Whitebeard pirates before, under orders. Back then, his father had taken the lead. This time, it had been his decision. And what he found was, understanding, respect. The sea had changed. Commander. Sabo's eyes lit up as he remembered something. He's here. Dragon raised a brow. A man stepped forward from the Revolutionary Army's docking area. I am Heracles, official crew member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, the man said politely. I've been sent to oversee and support the Revolutionary Army's food systems. I'd like to know who's in charge of agriculture and supply logistics. It was exactly as Ryunosuke had promised. A silent but powerful form of support. Dragon didn't hesitate. Sabo, take Mr. Heracles to the ships. Give him whatever he needs. Full cooperation. Yes, Commander, Sabo nodded. As the two walked toward the transport ships, Sabo glanced over. This area's compromised. We can't grow anything here now. But once we settle into the new base, I'll arrange everything. Tell me what you need. In the distance, Usopp could be seen tumbling into the foliage of the Boean archipelago, cursed by his bad luck again. Heracles would survive. Probably. Maybe. Elsewhere, on the extremely evil warship, Ryunosuke sat calmly in front of a Den Den Mushi. The snail squirmed slightly as Sabo's voice came through. That's the situation, brother. We couldn't stop him, but our new base is ready. We're also ready to proceed with the next operation, the integration effort you mentioned. We're making a move on the kingdom of Goa. Ryunosuke raised a brow. East Blue? Goa? That's a bold choice, he murmured. After all, Sabo was a former noble of that very kingdom. Had he stayed, he might have inherited power. But now, that kingdom had become a permanent hub for the celestial dragons in the East Blue. And after the Sabodi incident, they're spreading their influence, Sabo added bitterly. Goa is just one of their targets. Ryunosuke leaned back. He knew how rotten that kingdom was beneath its polished surface. But still, be cautious, he said firmly. Attacking an allied kingdom too directly will only draw the world government's attention faster. Act too recklessly, and you'll jeopardize your own progress. There was silence for a moment, then Sabo burst out laughing. Wow, that came from you. Since when did the dragon hunter pirates become the voice of reason? Ryunosuke smirked. Even monsters evolve. But seriously, be smart about this. Actually, there's another kingdom in the East Blue that I have ties to, he added suddenly. The kingdom of Akazlan. It's under the control of the Mondost pirates, one of my allied crews. That's why I called, Sabo said, chuckling. Can I borrow them? You don't have to ask, Ryunosuke replied. It's done. The call continued for a few more minutes. They discussed logistics, troop movement, and distribution. And then Ryunosuke hung up. To him, this alliance was more than convenience. The more he assisted the revolutionary army, the more reputation he gathered. And the more the world government focused on them, the more freedom he had to make his next move. Let the world look there, while I prepare here. Two birds, one stone. Just as Ryunosuke hung up the Den Den Mushi, Najenda approached, a focused expression on her face. Captain, she said, placing an eternal pose on the table in front of him. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. What's with this? The eternal pose looked familiar. It was the one they'd acquired in Logia Town, long before the chaos truly began. It pointed straight to the Valley of the Gods. Ryunosuke had studied it for a while back then, but he eventually gave up. Navigational tools weren't exactly his strength. Too many vectors. Too many unknowns. Too many headaches. Maybe navigation was his one true weakness? We're close, Najenda said plainly. Or rather, the magnetic field in this area is the strongest. It's centered on the Valley of the Gods. She pulled out a set of log poses, including a three-way pose. All of them now pointed to the same direction as the eternal pose in her hand. The Valley of the Gods, Ryunosuke leaned forward, interest peaked, so it's nearby. Originally, his plan had been to track down Big Mom first. He'd promised Conrad to investigate the Sulongform incident, after all. And now that they were in the area, paying Doflamingo a visit sounded like a good time too. What's the next island on this route? Najenda spread a map across the table, tapping a spot with her gloved finger. Hara Wells. Small town called Hara Town. Not very developed, but strategically placed. It's the only passage to Navy Branch G5. G5, huh? Ryunosuke smirked. Now that brought back memories, and troublemakers. Alright, he said. Head in that direction for now. As for Big Mom, let's give her time to stew. Najenda nodded and walked off to prepare the next route. Enel. Yahiko. Come here. The two appeared before him instantly, their faces serious. You've both gained plenty of experience as Shichibukai, right? Ryunosuke said. Now, I've got a mission for you. Go recruit someone. They waited. Doflamingo. Yahiko furrowed his brow. The string fruit user, former celestial dragon, current boss of Dressrosa and the underworld's Joker? That's the one. As a former Tenryubito, he's bound to be hiding all kinds of secrets, Ryunosuke said. Secrets that'll be useful to us. Try to negotiate first. If he refuses, beat him senseless. With both of you working together, he shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, far away in Dressrosa, Doflamingo sneezed. The warlord's brow furrowed. It was rare for someone of his constitution to catch even a mild chill. He rubbed the back of his neck, sensing something dark creeping toward him. Elsewhere, back on Whole Cake Island, Mom, Parasparrow stepped forward, visibly trembling as he tried to calm Charlotte Linlin. This wasn't Peckham's fault. The dragon hunter pirates were just too strong. Even I didn't dare to fight them. His words only deepened Big Mom's scowl. Still, Peckham's, groveling on the ground, seized his one chance. Captain Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates left a message. He said, "He's coming for you. To fight." A hush fell over the hall. Charlotte Linlin's eyes narrowed. Ryunosuke, the name sent ripples across the seas these days. She knew it well. As the captain of an Emperor-class crew, she kept up with the rising powers of the New World. But what had she done to provoke him? Was he after her territory? If so, why hadn't he gone for Whitebeard or Red-Haired when he crossed paths with them? Peckham's, she said coldly, "Tell me everything, from the beginning. How did you end up on Fishman Island? How did things escalate?" Beside her, Parasparrow looked increasingly uncomfortable. He hadn't technically provoked the Dragon Hunter pirates, but Peckham's had lingered. Could that have been the trigger? It's because, Peckham's gulped. There were Mink tribe members among Ryunosuke's crew. They saw me take the Sulong activation pill. Charlotte Linlin's brow twitched. That's it? That's the reason? Her voice thundered through the hall. They think they can pick a fight over something so small. But despite her outburst, she didn't act recklessly. Charlotte Linlin hadn't built an Emperor-class crew by losing her temper. Behind her fury churned cold calculation. The 4 emperors ruled the sea only on paper. Behind them, invisible hands moved the world, and Charlotte Linlin knew. Ryunosuke might be one of those hands now. After a moment of silence, Charlotte Linlin returned to her chambers without another word. She no longer had the patience to deal with Parasparrow or Peckham's. The looming threat of the Dragon Hunter pirates gnawed at her instincts, and something about it felt off. Of course, Baron Tamago was completely ignored, as if he never existed. Parasparrow wisely chose not to mention his missing men, or the dessert that never made it back from Fishman Island. One word too many, and Big Mom might have acted on impulse. So, for now, he kept his mouth shut. Back in her lavish bedroom, Charlotte Linlin sank onto her bed, the air unusually quiet. A small chest, no larger than a suitcase, stepped forward on its tiny legs, an oddity, even by Whole Cake Island standards. It stopped by the bedside and popped open, revealing a Denden Mushi inside. She stared at it for a long moment. "It's been a while," she murmured. "I wonder if he'll even answer." The madness that usually clouded her gaze faded for a second, replaced by an unexpected flicker of nostalgia. She picked up the receiver. Pururu pururu, the call connected. Linlin, the deep, aged voice of Whitebeard came through. Calm, measured. If anyone else had heard him refer to Big Mom so casually, they'd have fallen over in shock. While they were once part of the same crew under rocks, decades had passed. They'd fought over territory, challenged each other's power, and since becoming emperors, there hadn't been any friendly reunions. "Newgate," Linlin said sharply, "you've got a good relationship with the Dragon Hunter pirates, right?" "What are they planning?" Whitebeard chuckled, just a bit. "Didn't expect you to call about them," he said. "But I won't lie. They're a wild bunch, strong, too." He paused. "But I gave Ryunosuke my word. I won't interfere with whatever they're planning." Ace had brought him the message directly, and Whitebeard, though puzzled at the time, agreed. The Dragon Hunter pirates had helped them more than once. Trust had been built. "So you do know why he's targeting me? Tell me, Newgate." Charlotte Linlin's tone was sharper now. She hated being kept in the dark, especially when her territory was involved. Whitebeard sighed. "I don't," he said. "Since I chose to stay out of it, I didn't ask. But as a former crewmate, here's my advice. Ryunosuke is stronger than you think." The line went quiet. Although she hadn't gotten any useful intel, Whitebeard's solemn tone lingered in her mind. And that unsettled her more than anything. Still, Charlotte Linlin wasn't the type to sit around fretting. She was a Yonko, a ruler of the seas. If Ryunosuke wanted war, she would give him one, but not blindly. She began mobilizing her forces. She also contacted Morgans, the king of underground news, and paid Top Berry to retrieve every last piece of information on Ryunosuke and the Dragon Hunter pirates. The cost? Irrelevant. Not long after, Morgans received another unexpected call. This time, from Whitebeard, and he wanted the same thing. "Why the hell is everyone after intel on Ryunosuke lately?" Morgans muttered. He was just on Fishman Island. What happened? But the truth clicked in his mind almost immediately. He wasn't a journalist for nothing. "The Dragon Hunter pirates are targeting Big Mom," Whitebeard confirmed coldly. "That's your payment. Now feed me intel on Ryunosuke's movements, or I'll find you myself." Then the line cut. Morgan sat back, stunned. So it's true, they're going after Charlotte Linlin. Both Big Mom and Whitebeard had called within the same day. That alone confirmed the scale of the situation. With lightning speed, Morgans began rearranging his network, focusing all resources on tracking the Dragon Hunter pirates. Wherever Ryunosuke went, chaos and news followed. Within the hour, intelligence reports flooded his desk. Many were already outdated. Most of the crew were unknowns. Even their origins were unclear. Aside from Ryunosuke, whose roots could barely be traced back to a small village in the East Blue, the rest were phantoms. No backgrounds. No clear bounty history. No past affiliations. Even Ryunosuke's rise made no sense. 2 years ago, he was nobody. And now? Now, he was the name on every emperor's lips. Morgans rubbed his temple in frustration. This guy is a walking headline machine. Back aboard the extremely evil warship, Ryunosuke had just finished his daily training and collapsed onto a recliner, enjoying the breeze. "Ding, congratulations, host. You've received 1,000 reputation points." "Ding, congratulations, host. You've received 1,000 reputation points." The system alerts chimed one after another. Ryunosuke blinked in confusion. What did we do this time? He opened the interface and paused. The names flashing across the reputation log. Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, Morgans. All of them were watching him. He couldn't help but laugh. Are these people paranoid or what? Still, the result was clear. High-level attention equaled high reward. Just by existing in the minds of powerful figures, he was gaining reputation. It was a discovery worth remembering. Forget small-time kingdoms. Their reputation yields were pathetic, and their strategic value was close to zero. "No, from now on, it's the big fish system," Ryunosuke said, stretching. "Open the special devil fruit reward box. The one I got after becoming Joy Boy." He had nearly forgotten it amidst all the chaos. "Dang. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sun fruit." A glowing devil fruit materialized in his hand, its surface pulsing with faint heat like a warm summer afternoon. Ryunosuke's eyes widened. Sun fruit. Now he had both sun and moonlight. His thoughts jumped instantly. This wasn't just a powerful fruit. It was the potential key to creating a monster. No, a god-tier powerhouse for the Dragon Hunter pirates. SSS potential. He looked across the deck. There, faithfully serving tea and water under the sun, stood Escanor. A grin stretched across Ryunosuke's face. Perfect. Ryunosuke took a deep breath as he studied the glowing fruit in his palm. The intense heat it radiated made his suspicions all the more real, but he said nothing for now. Quietly, he stashed the devil fruit and rose from his seat, making his way toward Escanor. He could have easily summoned someone else to deliver the message or call the crew. But no, Escanor insisted on doing the menial tasks himself. He claimed he was used to it, that this kind of life felt more real. To many on the ship, it was baffling how someone so humble and good-natured could be one of the legendary 7 deadly sins. The embodiment of pride, no less. Even now, many of the junior crewmen still thought he was just another sturdy handyman. But Ryunosuke knew better. "Captain," Escanor greeted cheerfully, placing a freshly shaken cocktail on a tray. "Do you need anything? I tried adjusting the citrus blend this time." The broad grin on his face was full of warmth. It was difficult to believe this gentle, middle-aged man was once feared across kingdoms. Ryunosuke looked him in the eye. "Escanor," he began, his tone calm but serious. "Your powers are connected to the sun, right?" Escanor nodded without hesitation. "Yes. At noon, or when I release the solar energy sealed within my artifact, my strength multiplies significantly for a short time." He wasn't hiding anything. Escanor's loyalty to Ryunosuke was unquestionable. "What if," Ryunosuke said slowly, "you could wield the sun's power freely, without limitation?" Escanor blinked. Freely? He had never even entertained the idea. The limitations of his ability, the sun's cycle, the dependency on his relic, had always been accepted as part of his identity. To wield the sun's power unconditionally? That bordered on fantasy. Before he could respond, Ryunosuke pulled out the sun fruit. The moment Escanor laid eyes on it, he felt it. A pulse. A warmth that surged deep in his soul. Solar magic. He instinctively extended his hand toward the fruit, the heat drawing him in like a moth to flame. "This is a logia-type devil fruit," Ryunosuke explained. "Sun fruit. Pure solar power embodied." Escanor's eyes widened. "So the devil's power can combine with the sun's blessing?" "It seems so." Ryunosuke then revealed a second item, a glowing, ethereal card. "The Devil Fruit Purge card," he said. "It removes the side effects of devil fruits, seawater, sea stone, all of it. You'll be untouchable. No weaknesses. For someone of Escanor's caliber, an SSS rank member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. It was non-negotiable. Ryunosuke wasn't going to allow the strongest crew member on the ship to be held back by arbitrary limits. Escanor's expression turned serious for the first time. "This is for me? A devil fruit that mirrors your soul?" Ryunosuke nodded. "A divine gift. As 4th Division's leader, you'll be responsible for forming your own team, the 7 Deadly Sins, before Meliodas arrives. If it weren't for the limitations of your power, I'd have sent you out already." Escanor chuckled. "And, will the captain come too?" Ryunosuke paused, then smiled. "All members of the Sins will gather, eventually. But it'll take time and many conditions." Escanor gave a rare, genuine nod of understanding. "And Merlin," Ryunosuke didn't answer directly. "Eat the fruit, Escanor. We'll talk more soon." Then he turned and walked away, his coat fluttering lightly in the sea breeze. He didn't need to stay and watch. He trusted Escanor, both as a warrior and as a man. 3 days later, "Captain, we've reached the inner sea surrounding Wallowell's Island," Najenda reported, unfurling a map. "We should be able to make landfall within half an hour. The eternal pointer still aligns with our current course." Ryunosuke nodded. "Good. Stick to the current heading." He turned, voice calm yet commanding. "Notify all crew. Combat test will be conducted on this island." Najenda saluted lightly and moved to relay the message. When the announcement went out, excitement rippled through the ship. Especially for Uvajin, who had grown increasingly frustrated these past few weeks. None of the pirates they'd crossed paths with could so much as scratch him. Even his boredom was starting to show. "Tatsumi," Mine said, eyes narrowing, "I'm a sniper, right? I probably won't be included in the tests?" Tatsumi hesitated. "Well, I'm not sure. Technically, you're our only official sniper." Mine puffed her chest proudly. "My romantic pumpkin turret performs better under pressure. If any of them want a challenge, I'll be waiting." But even she appreciated Tatsumi's concern. It didn't take long for the crew to disembark onto the shores of Wallowell's Island. All auxiliary hands stayed behind, watching from the ship's deck with mixed awe and anxiety. They weren't part of the test. This was a showdown reserved for the true monsters of the crew. Even the support team, Conrad, Urzi, Hawkins, stood ready in the lineup. They had never gone head-to-head with the named squads before. There was anticipation in the air. Excitement. A touch of fear. Ryunosuke stepped forward, surveying the dozen or so warriors with an amused expression. "Anyone want to start?" The lineup stood firm. 1st Division, Nitrade, Najenda, Akame, Tatsumi, Mine. 2nd Division, Phantom Troop, Krollo, Maki, Uvajin. 3rd Division, Pain Group, Yahiko, Jigokudo, currently absent. 4th Division, 7 Deadly Sins. Escanor's Special Crew. Enela, not present. Mario, Kuina, Relke, not present. Hawkins, Conrad, Gunner. 14 total. From within the crowd, one stepped forward. "I'll go first." It was Uvijin of the 2nd Division. He cracked his knuckles and smirked. "Uvijin, enhancement type, Phantom Troop. I'm accepting any challenge, just make sure you can take a beating." With every step he took, a subtle hum of power surrounded him. His aura flared, enhanced by his unique hybrid haki, armament, observation, and raw nen synergy. Since joining the Dragon Hunter Pirates, his power had skyrocketed. He was confident. His fists weren't just weapons, they were siege cannons. The test was about to begin. As Ryunosuke stepped forward, the rest of the crew exchanged glances. For a brainless powerhouse like Uvijin, the best matchup would usually be Akame. But if she used her one-hit kill technique, even someone like Uvijin wouldn't survive. And this was supposed to be a test, not a death match. "I'll take this one," a voice rang out. "Tatsumi, first team." Tatsumi walked into the ring. He wasn't as strong as Uvijin in terms of raw physical strength, but with his imperial weapon, he definitely wasn't weak. More importantly, Tatsumi was someone Uvijin had always wanted to fight. The explosive mecha fighting style was something Uvijin deeply admired. "Alright, Crollo, set the boundary," Ryunosuke said with a grin. "Keep the destruction contained. No sinking the island this time." Ryunosuke had confidence in Tatsumi. But Uvijin? That madman would go all out, rules be damned. "Roger, Captain." Crollo raised his hand, his telekinesis merging seamlessly with Ryunosuke's. A mental barrier flared into existence, forming a circular space where the fight would take place. The spectators could see inside, but all energy from the battle would be safely diverted into the void, no chance of collateral damage. "Let the match begin," Ryunosuke announced. "Oh, and the winner gets a drop of life essence." The crew gasped. Those who had used life essence before knew its terrifying power. It boosted your core stats, your very foundation, as if you were reborn. And since all abilities relied on those base stats, its value was self-explanatory. "I'm taking that essence." Tatsumi clenched his fists. A surge of energy burst from his body as he charged forward. What should have been a simple opening move looked like a full-blown finisher in his hands. Evil Ghost Haunting. Boom. Tatsumi launched his technique, his spear clashing violently with Uvijin's incoming fist. "Don't get cocky," Uvijin growled. "My punches aren't that easy to block." The moment he spoke, another wave of raw force blasted into Tatsumi's spear. Tatsumi's eyes widened. He'd seen Uvijin fight before, but experiencing that explosive power firsthand? A whole different story. In the next instant, Tatsumi vanished from view. The force of Uvijin's attack hit nothing but air. "Huh? You little coward. If you're a man, show yourself." Bang! Before he could finish, a heavy blow struck from behind. Uvijin stumbled forward. "Is that your armor's doing?" he muttered. "TCH, figures. In that case, let's see how you handle this." Uzumaki's aura exploded again, his mind power surging. God-level destruction fist. Crollo's expression turned serious. "Captain, should I stop him?" He could feel how unstable Uvijin's energy was, and deep down, he was a little proud. If Uvijin won, that meant 2nd Division just defeated 1st Division. But Ryunosuke shook his head. "No need. Tatsumi hasn't shown his full strength yet." Najenda chimed in, arms folded confidently. "Don't underestimate him. He may look unreliable, but Tatsumi always makes the right call in battle. Unlike that musclehead Uvijin, he doesn't charge in without a plan." Boom! Another explosion rocked the barrier, even making the telekinetic space ripple. He blocked it, that golden glow, it's Lord Tatsumi. A handyman practically squealed in excitement. Ever since he saw Tatsumi's armor, he'd been his biggest fanboy, right after Ryunosuke, of course. The golden spirit surged around Tatsumi, reinforcing his armor and allowing him to block Uvijin's devastating punch while commanding everyone's attention. Brother Uvijin's strength is what pirates should strive for. Yeah, well, Tatsumi may be cool, but he doesn't have that wild fighting spirit. And just like that, the spectators began arguing. Ryunosuke didn't mind. After all, different people admired different things. That was the beauty of freedom. Haha, kid, you blocked my punch. I'll admit you've got guts, Uvajin laughed. But I can throw haymakers like that all day. How many of them can you take? He raised his fist again. Red lines lit up across Tatsumi's golden armor, pulsing like a heartbeat. Bang! Before Uzumaki's punch could land, Tatsumi twisted and launched a counterattack. His fist connected squarely with Uvajin's jaw, sending him flying. I may not be able to block you forever, but I can hit back too. Tatsumi dashed forward. He wasn't doing this for himself. He wanted the life essence, for mine. Her body was far too fragile for this kind of world. If she ever faced an assassin up close, she'd be in real danger. But with life essence, she'd stand a chance, even gain an extra life. Tatsumi knew how invaluable that was, so he had to win. Boom 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 boom. A barrage of attacks followed. When the red glow faded, Tatsumi pulled back, panting. This was the toughest battle he'd had since entering this world. Fighting among crewmates? Far more dangerous than going toe-to-toe with Emperor-class pirates. He kept his eyes on Uvajin. If that monster still had energy to fight like before, or worse, then Tatsumi would consider surrendering. Ha ha ha. This is amazing, Uvajin roared, springing to his feet. Come on, keep going. Tatsumi, you've earned my respect. But this time, his momentum had waned. His earlier fury had drained too much of his mind power. Meanwhile, Tatsumi had also exhausted himself from the final form. Still, he held his ground. 3 hours later. Both men lay flat on the rain, too drained to move. Uvajin grinned through the pain. This was the kind of fight he lived for. A tie, Ryunosuke announced. Both will receive a drop of life essence. But don't try to fool me next time. I can tell if it's really a tie or not. With a wave of telekinesis, he lifted them off the rain. The next challenger stepped forward. It was Akame. Her opponent, Kuina, also a swordswoman. Unlike the explosive, brute force brawl between Tatsumi and Uzumaki, this was a duel of deadly precision and elegance. Silver light gleamed as their swords clashed, Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, aboard the Moby, this is Morgan's. Why are they fighting like that? And it doesn't look like some casual sparring either. Whitebeard stared at the footage playing through the video Mushi. The battle between the dragon hunter pirates had him momentarily stunned. The sheer intensity, it wasn't training, it was a clash on the level of life and death. If this is a routine exercise, then it's no wonder their combat power is so monstrous. I've given you the footage. The rest's up to you, Morgan said flatly, then promptly hung up. Whitebeard's eyes remained fixed on the feed. If this kind of brutal training was common among them, the dragon hunter pirate's strength suddenly made a lot more sense. Marco, what do you make of this? Whitebeard asked, clearly intrigued. Marco crossed his arms thoughtfully. It looks like an internal trial. Maybe something like a crew ranking system? It was just a guess. The truth was, Marco didn't dare claim he understood the thinking of the dragon hunter pirates. Then something in the video caught his attention. Wait, is that? Ryunosuke appeared on screen, handing 2 drops of life essence to Tatsumi and Uzumaki. Marco's eyes narrowed. That same liquid had been used once before, to stabilize Whitebeard's declining health. Marco had assumed it was an extremely rare treasure. And now, Ryunosuke was handing it out as prize money for training matches. Life essence, Marco muttered. Maybe it's time we considered trading with the dragon hunter pirates. Whitebeard didn't respond at first, not because he was afraid of dying. But because, deep down, he knew, the Whitebeard pirates still needed him. If he couldn't boost his son's strength in the short term, then he had to survive long enough to lead them through what was coming. You're right, Marco. We've been too idle. Start organizing combat drills. Get our supply lines secured. I've got a feeling, something big is about to hit. Whitebeard's voice was firm. And Marco nodded. If a rising power like Ryunosuke's crew was still pushing themselves this hard, then what excuse did the Yonko have to rest? The old era wouldn't last forever. Whole Cake Island. Is this some kind of internal tournament? These are all official members of the Dragon Hunter Pirates? Charlotte Linlin sat on her throne, watching the same battle footage with sharp eyes. Unlike Whitebeard, Big Mom wasn't watching out of curiosity. She was watching the very pirates who were preparing to challenge her. And they were terrifying. Ryunosuke hadn't even stepped in, yet his crew's strength was fully on display. She knew her own children and officers well, compared to what she just saw. Only her top 3 sweet commanders could stand a chance against Tatsumi and Uvajin, who weren't even captains. "Mom," Katakuri entered and stopped when he saw what she was watching. "Katakuri, take a look. How confident are you in defeating fighters like these?" She gestured toward the screen. Katakuri watched in silence. Even through the Den Mushi's limited resolution, he could feel it. The overwhelming aura, the precision, the raw battle instinct on display. He frowned. "They're strong. No doubt. But Mom, I didn't come here just to watch them fight. I found out why the Dragon Hunter pirates are targeting us." Big Mom's eyes narrowed. "What is it?" This conflict was giving her a headache. There was nothing to gain from fighting Ryunosuke's crew. They were still a new pirate crew, regardless of reputation. But for her, a veteran Yonko, winning would mean nothing. Losing, however, would shatter their image, because of the mink tribe. The potion that Peckham's used last time, it was developed by your labs. It forces a transformation into the Sulong form. And for the minks, that's a taboo. Apparently, one of the Dragon Hunter Pirates Logistics Division captains is a mink who can use Sulong at will. That's why they're furious. Katakuri delivered the report without pause. Big Mom sat silently, deep in thought. "Katakuri, I'll leave this to you. If you can resolve this without a fight, Mom will grant you one unconditional request." Her tone was calm, but the weight behind it was immense. Even Whitebeard had advised her to avoid conflict with Ryunosuke. There had to be a reason. "Yes, Mom," Katakuri nodded and turned to leave immediately. Outside, Perispero intercepted him. "Katakuri, what did Mom say?" Perispero looked nervous. He had a lot to hide from their mother, and if she found out the truth, she wouldn't just be angry, she'd kill him. "She put me in charge of cleaning up your mess. And Baron Tamago? I'll try to bring him back. But next time, stop lying to Mom. Still, you did well this time." Katakuri didn't wait for a reply. He walked off without another word. Perispero gritted his teeth. He hated being talked down to like that. But at the same time, Katakuri was doing this for him. All he could do now was hope Katakuri succeeded. Navy G5 base. Pirates fighting on Wallowell's Island? Who the hell has the nerve to do that? Vice Admiral Virgo raised a brow at the report. Everyone in the New World knew Wallowell's was his territory. For someone to stir up trouble there, that was basically a slap to the face. "We're not sure who. The informant didn't get close. Should we mobilize and crush them?" The Marine speaking wasn't your typical officer. He'd once been a pirate with a 78 million bounty, until Virgo personally defeated him and pulled him into the G5 branch. Now, he was Colonel Bagulin, an enforcer in Marine uniform, but still carrying that old pirate edge. Virgo smirked. "Bagulin, I'll leave this to you. Do well, and you can apply for lieutenant soon." Being the only true authority in the G5 branch, Virgo enjoyed near absolute freedom. He didn't care whether his subordinates were saints or criminals. All that mattered was results. En route to Wallowell's Island. After receiving Virgo's approval, Bagulin left with barely contained excitement. He immediately commandeered 2 naval warships and set sail straight for Wallowell's Island. According to his spies, the pirates causing a stir had no intention of leaving anytime soon. Over a day later. So this is where those pirates are hiding. Prepare for battle. Bagulin gazed ahead, eyes gleaming as the ships of the Dragon Hunter pirates came into view. The pirate flag looked familiar, but not quite recognizable. He assumed it belonged to some small, unknown crew. Still, the number of ships made him pause, but Bagulin, already dreaming of promotion, grinned to himself. Once he took down these pirates, he could rise to Rear Admiral. That meant his own fleet, his own base, and all the bribes and favors that came with it. It was everything he dreamed of, power and profit under the Navy's name. Boom boom boom. Without warning, the warships opened fire. Shells rained down toward the Dragon Hunter fleet like a declaration of war. But before the smoke could even settle, "Hey, Navy. Sneak attacks like that are a bit rude, don't you think?" A calm voice rang out from one of the ships. Escanor, who had been quietly polishing drinking cups on deck, stood and walked to the railing. With a casual motion, a massive axe materialized in his hand. Boom! With a single swing, a blazing slash cut across the sea, obliterating the cannon fire, vaporizing both warships, and reducing every Navy soldier aboard to steam. It wasn't just strength, it was magic. A solar hot attack that turned steel into mist. Back on the ship, a group of handymen stared slack-jawed. Their jaws dropped so far, it looked like they'd eaten a whole batch of gum fruit. They had never, ever, seen Escanor fight before. He'd always been the silent type, cleaning mugs and wiping down tables like some overly muscular bartender. But now, he'd just erased 2 Navy warships from existence with a casual swing. Lord Escanor, please, allow us to clean the cups from now on. You shouldn't have to lift a finger, sir. Yes, we'll handle all the sanitation from here on out. The handymen suddenly became the most loyal crew members in history. Captain, looks like a fight just ended over there. Crollo glanced at the distant steam cloud and smirked. No need to worry, said Ryunosuke, standing beside him calmly. Escanor took care of it. Let's focus on the fight in front of us. They were now watching a match between Urs and Gunado. Both were devil fruit users, and their battle was fast-paced. Slashing winds and explosive bursts lit up the dueling space. Though intense, it lacked the raw impact of earlier fights like Uvajin versus Tatsumi. Still, for division captains, it was impressive. Now, aside from Crollo and Najenda, only Ryunosuke himself had yet to take the stage. "Captain," Crollo said with a crooked smile, "wouldn't it be odd for me to fight Najenda?" He glanced at her. Crollo knew her well. Najenda wasn't a combat specialist. Her strength came from her imperial weapon, Susano, an enormous, summoned warrior. Her personal combat abilities weren't her focus. She handled logistics and navigation, not duels. Crollo didn't want to win a match that felt one-sided. "I know," Ryunosuke replied, smiling. "That's why your opponent is me." Crollo raised an eyebrow, then gave a small nod. That made sense. The captain of 1st Division and the captain of 2nd Division fighting together against the captain. A proper challenge. Meanwhile, the match between Gunado and Urzi wrapped up. Urzi emerged victorious. His cut fruit had a natural advantage against Gunado's style. Suddenly, Pururu. The Den Mushi began to rain. Ryunosuke picked it up, mildly curious. He didn't recognize the face on the line. "Hello? Who's this?" A deep voice answered, calm and respectful. "Captain Ryunosuke. This is Charlotte Katakuri." "Oh," Ryunosuke's brows lifted. "Katakuri. From the Big Mom Pirates." The timing was unexpected. "What's a sweet commander calling me for?" Despite his words, Ryunosuke didn't dislike Katakuri. The way Katakuri let Luffy go back in the day, stupid as it was, made him hard to hate. "There seems to have been a misunderstanding between our crews. I've identified those responsible for illegally experimenting with mink tribe genes. If you're willing, I'll personally escort you to destroy the lab responsible. We accept part of the blame. I prepared an official apology and would like to resolve this peacefully." Katakuri's words were direct. Ryunosuke was genuinely surprised. He'd fully intended to go to war with Charlotte Linlin. But now her son was reaching out before the first punch had even been thrown. This clearly had Linlin's approval. Katakuri wouldn't act on his own. "I see," Ryunosuke said slowly. "I'm currently near the Navy G5 branch. If you can get here before I flatten it, I'll hear you out." He ended the call without waiting for a reply. After all, a peaceful resolution didn't exactly benefit him. Attacking the Big Mom Pirates wasn't just about the mink incident. It was also about building his crew's reputation. And Charlotte Linlin was a prime target. "Captain," Crollo asked, "shall we continue our fight, or?" He seemed half excited at the thought of raising the Navy base. "No rush." Ryunosuke turned. "Conrad, come here." Conrad, fresh off his victory against Hawkins, and newly rewarded with a drop of life essence, approached. "Captain, what's going on?" Ryunosuke explained Katakori's call and proposal. Conrad listened, then responded firmly, "Captain, whatever decision you make, I'll support it." Just being asked for input was already an honor to him. He wasn't some opportunistic fool looking to take advantage of his captain's kindness. Ryunosuke nodded, satisfied. "Good, I understand." Wallowell's Island. Soon, the dragon hunter pirates arrived at Wallowell's Island. The island's port town, Valor, was crawling with resources. All of it gained through slave trades and black market dealings under Virgo's watch. So when they began pillaging the area, there was no guilt. Why should there be? They were pirates, and this world's morality. To hell with it. By the end of the day, Holy Land Mary Joie. Inside the towering chambers of the Five Elders, a kneeling intelligence officer delivered his report with urgency. After entering the New World, the Dragon Hunter pirates immediately launched an assault on Wallowell's Island. In addition, two other affiliated divisions, the Thunder God Pirates and the Akatsuki Pirates, have attacked Dressrosa. They've already engaged Doflamingo. The battle is underway. One of the elders, the bald Saint J. Garcia, furrowed his brows. They're stirring up this much chaos right after entering the New World? They had tried to deal with the Dragon Hunter pirates before. Each attempt ended in failure. And now, with the fallout from the Marineford War still echoing, sending the Navy after them in full force could provoke even worse consequences. If they went after the Dragon Hunter pirates recklessly, Whitebeards would respond. The Revolutionary Army might move as well. If that happened, the world government itself would be dragged into open conflict. In a situation like that, enemies lurking in the shadows could take advantage. It was precisely this precarious balance that had kept the Five Elders' hands tied. Saint J. Garcia, said the bearded elder, Saint Topman, breaking the silence. Perhaps this is the threat Lord I Am spoke of. If we continue to let them grow unchecked, we may soon lose the ability to suppress them at all. They all knew the history of the Dragon Hunter pirates. They had started as nothing, a fledgling crew in the East Blue. Now, in under 3 years, they had risen to become a dominant force in the New World. To still be considered rookies, and yet force the Five Elders into such a discussion. That in itself was terrifying. If we wait too long, Saint Topman continued, they may grow beyond our control entirely. Agreed, said Saint Mars, stroking his beard. But we can't attack them directly. The backlash would be too great. We need to use others, groups of equivalent strength, like other Emperor-class pirates, or those who operate in the shadows. The three elders shared a common stance. The Dragon Hunter pirates must be dealt with, quickly. All eyes turned to the final two, the short, stocky Garaji, and the cane-wielding Ethanbaron. Deploy the dual organization, Garaji said decisively. Though still in development, they're powerful enough to rival even the Dragon Hunter captain. Send them on a stealth strike, test the crew's response. The dual organization wasn't publicly known. If they failed, they'd only lose some prototypes. But if they succeeded, it would be a major victory, one that wouldn't stain the world government's hands. That works, Saint Topman nodded. Let them probe the Dragon Hunters. Regardless of the outcome, we'll gather intel for Lord I Am. With the decision made, Saint Ethanbaron left to handle the deployment. As the elders reviewed the intelligence one last time, their expressions darkened. If it comes to it, Garaji muttered, voice low and cold. We'll activate the second Heavenly King. It was clear now. The Dragon Hunter pirates were no longer just a rising crew. They were a threat to the balance of the world. Wallowell's Island. Of course, the Dragon Hunter pirates had no idea they'd just been marked by the Five Elders. After occupying the island, they gathered the remaining civilians into the central square. Are they going to kill us? I don't know, but you saw them wipe out the Navy earlier. I heard they're Emperor-class pirates now. Fear buzzed through the crowd. The people huddled together, surrounded by heavily armed pirates. Then Najenda stepped forward. Is there a town mayor here? She asked plainly. No one answered. Then a brave civilian stepped out. The previous mayor were all killed when your people invaded. He was trembling but determined. He had family in the crowd, his wife, his children. If someone had to risk their life, better it be him. Najenda looked at him for a moment. Then from this moment forward, you're the mayor. This town now belongs to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. In time, the G5 Marine branch will fall to us as well. You'll oversee it too. Are you up to the task? The man blinked, stunned. He'd expected to be executed, not promoted. I can. His name was Buck, the son of the island's former village chief. When Virgo claimed Wallowells, it was Buck's father who led the resistance. And was executed for it. The official story blamed pirates. But Buck knew better. His father died by Navy hands. He had grown up listening to his father's dreams of a free town. And now, that chance had come full circle. Good, Najenda nodded. Announce that Wallowells is under the protection of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. If anyone disagrees, let them speak now. From this moment on, any resistance, regardless of who backs it, will be crushed. At her signal, Uvajin stepped forward and raised his massive fist. Boom! With a single blow, he shattered the ground, creating a massive crater. A stone platform shot up where he struck, like a monument to their power. The civilians flinched, frozen by sheer pressure. No one dared object. Gunado, you'll stay behind and keep order, Najenda ordered. With the town stabilized, the operation continued like clockwork. Meanwhile, on the far side of the island, Ryunosuke sat peacefully, fishing rod in hand. Beside him, lounging in the shade, was none other than Vice Admiral Garp. I swear, old man, Ryunosuke muttered as he reeled in another fat fish. You can't just drop by every time you're bored and want free lunch. He tossed the catch into an already overflowing basket. Garp grumbled. His line had been untouched for hours, while Ryunosuke kept pulling them in like clockwork. Che, you using some kind of bait from the future or what? Ryunosuke smirked. Nah. The fish just know quality when they see it. Vice Admiral Garp was silently fuming. He refused to speak to Ryunosuke until he caught a fish. Call it pride. Call it stubbornness. But Garp was locked in a one-sided fishing war. Finally, after over an hour of tense, fruitless waiting, plop! A tiny fish, barely 2 taels in weight, dangled from Garp's line. Ha ha ha! He roared in triumph, raising it as if it were a sea king. I told you I'd catch one, boy, don't look down on. Ryunosuke chuckled, setting his own rod aside. His basket was already full of plump fish. Old man, you didn't come here just to fish, did you? If you've got something to say, spit it out. I've got things to do. Despite the teasing tone, Ryunosuke knew Garp wouldn't come without reason. The moment turned serious. Ryunosuke, are you planning to head to the Valley of the Gods? The smile faded from Ryunosuke's face. Garp packed away his precious fish, the humor gone from his eyes. Seeing Garp this solemn, it was unsettling. The old man usually cracked jokes even mid-battle. Yes, Ryunosuke admitted. But I haven't told anyone outside the crew. How do you know? They had decided on the Valley of the Gods only days ago, following a discovery Najenda made. It was kept under wraps. The guy from Logue Town gave you the eternal pose, Garp said, arms crossed. With your personality, I figured you'd go. Not to mention, Alabasta built a statue of you, right? Worships you like a god? You must have found out something. And with the direction your crew's been heading, this was the next logical stop. Ryunosuke stared at him, impressed. He had underestimated the old man's intuition. Garp might play the fool, but he was anything but. He had been at the original battle of the Valley of the Gods, a living witness. Ryunosuke leaned forward, curious now. So what's your real reason for coming? Are you planning to join us? Garp shook his head. No, I won't go. But, even with all your power, even as the Dragon Hunter Pirates, you need to be careful in that place. Back then, someone was taken from the valley by the world government. And the one who personally came to retrieve them, was Imu. Ryunosuke's expression changed. He already knew who had been taken. Erwin had told him back in Logatown. But Imu, the hidden sovereign of the world government, had personally gone? That was another level of revelation. Imu was the supreme ruler, the shadow behind the celestial dragons. Even with all his strength, Ryunosuke wouldn't dare claim he could take Imu down in a frontal assault, not without serious losses. The world government was far beyond the navy in authority and power. And if he attacked Mary Joieuse directly, He'd be intercepted by Garp, Sengoku, or worse, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Victory was not guaranteed, not even factoring in Imu. Unless Escanor went all out. But if Escanor unleashed his artifact form recklessly, it would damage him permanently. He couldn't be used as a wild card in every situation. So why did the Rocks pirates target the valley? Ryunosuke asked. Was it just about killing the celestial dragons, or was there more? Garp looked into the distance, silent for a moment. I don't know everything, he finally said. But I can tell you this, the Valley of the Gods holds a great secret. Something tied to Raftel. After the battle, Gold D. Rogers sailed to Raftel almost immediately. And he succeeded, he returned with most of his crew. That was all Ryunosuke needed to hear. Garp hadn't come to warn him out of duty, he came out of respect. Ryunosuke felt a flicker of emotion. This stubborn old marine. I appreciate it, old man. He paused, then smirked. By the way, Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 branch? He's Doflamingo's man. Garp's eyes narrowed. Virgo? He was already suspicious, but now. You mean the one who leaked the intel that led to Rosinante's death? You should ask Sengoku about that, Ryunosuke said. He might take it worse than you. That name struck a nerve. Rosinante's death had been a devastating blow to Sengoku. If it turned out Virgo had been involved, Sengoku's not a marshal anymore, Garp muttered. He, Suru, and I retired together. Sakazuki's the fleet admiral now, but I'll tell them, both of them. Then Garp stood up, snatched Ryunosuke's full fish basket without shame, and slung it over his shoulder. Call it a trade. We exchanged information, now we exchange fish. I'll be back in 3 days. I'll report what happened with G5 and your little rebellion. With that, Garp casually boarded his boat and sailed off, grinning like a bandit. Ryunosuke stood in silence, watching the marine fade into the sea horizon. That shameless geezer, he muttered. He probably thinks face is just another word for butt. He stared out at the sea. God's Valley, Imu, what are you hiding? No matter what it is, we'll uncover it. The dragon hunter pirates will strip every secret the world government buried. His eyes gleamed with quiet resolve. To reach the peak of this world, they couldn't avoid conflict with the world government. They were bound to clash, their goals were incompatible. As for the so-called world's morality, the celestial dragons, the false gods? He didn't care. His only duty was to protect and advance his crew. Ryunosuke tossed the tiny fish back into the ocean. Then, without warning, he punched a nearby sea king across the jaw, knocking it unconscious. He grabbed the beast by its fin and began dragging it back to camp. Let's eat something proper. By the time Ryunosuke returned to the port, Najenda had already completed the occupation and baptism of the territory. A chime echoed in his mind. System notification. One new territory acquired. Captain, Najenda said, handing over a neatly compiled report. The occupation of Wallowell's Island is complete. Should we move on to the G5 branch next? Ryunosuke skimmed through the don't, nodding in satisfaction. Najenda's administrative abilities were second to none. No need for all of us to go, he said with a grin. I've already sent Escanor ahead. Escanor? Najenda blinked. Alone? She was still uncertain about the newly formed 4th Division. Crollo and Yahiko had already established themselves as leaders with powerful organizations under their command. Even if they acted alone, their strength was comparable to the Shichibukai. But Escanor, he mostly kept to himself, rarely joined training sessions and often played the role of a humble shipwright. Najenda had heard rumors of his earlier feat, destroying 2 Navy warships with a single strike. But honestly, she thought the crew might have exaggerated. Sending him in alone still feels risky, she murmured, especially with only a few support crew members and no dedicated combatants. Ryunosuke smiled knowingly. You're doubting Escanor's power? He teased. Don't worry, he'll be fine. By the time we get there, I'm sure you'll have finished the job. He casually tossed a massive sea king over to Susano, now serving double duty as both Najenda guardian and the ship's cook. G5 Naval Branch, Lord Escanor, shall we launch a head-on assault or go with a sneak attack? I say we go in quietly, hit him before they even know we're here. But when have we ever sneaked into anything? We're the Dragon Hunter Pirates. What do you think, Lord Escanor? Several crew members glanced at Escanor, who was polishing a wine glass like a bartender on break. Despite the casual atmosphere, there was no trace of disrespect. They had seen what Escanor could do, and after witnessing him evaporate 2 Navy ships in an instant, they felt no fear, only pride. Escanor didn't stop wiping. The captain said this mission must leave no room for doubt. Everyone needs to know it was the Dragon Hunter Pirates who did this. Our banner is flying. This is our honor, no sneak attacks. Just give the Navy a warning, and make sure the civilians have a chance to leave. His voice was calm, but the quiet weight behind it made the others straighten up immediately. Yes, Lord Escanor. With excitement and reverence, the crew quickly sprang into action. Soon, they reached the harbor of the G5 branch. It was heavily fortified, with a large number of warships docked along its piers. A reminder that this was no ordinary Navy base. Still, the Dragon Hunter Pirates had no intention of holding back. Standing tall on the mast, a crewman shouted, "Attention, G5 branch. We are the 4th Division of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Lord Escanor will now begin the cleansing of your base. From this moment forward, this territory will belong to the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Civilians and those who value their lives, leave now." Inside the G5 headquarters, Vice Admiral Virgo, bad news. "The Dragon Hunter Pirates are here," they said. "I heard them," Virgo interrupted, standing calmly from his chair. Even before the report, he had already sensed their presence with his observation hockey. But as he stepped forward, he furrowed his brows slightly. The pirate leading the group, he didn't recognize him. Was this a new recruit? Only 7 people had arrived. 2 helmsmen, 2 gunners, a lookout, a navigator, and 1 supposed combatant. That one, Escanor, looked more like a janitor than a warrior. "A single handyman dares to bark at my gates?" Virgo's face twisted with arrogance. "This Dragon Hunter crew is getting too cocky." Vice Admiral Virgo, orders? "Do we engage them? Or evacuate?" The soldier looked nervous. Despite their usual bravado, the name, Dragon Hunter Pirates, sent chills down their spines. Even the Navy trembled at their rising power. Virgo didn't hesitate. "Kill them. Then evacuate. Even if we have to abandon G5, we won't let those pirates tarnish the Navy's dignity." Virgo straightened his coat, unaware that a sandwich was still stuck to his cheek. Moments later, he and his men arrived at the port. Rows of Marines followed him, weapons drawn. But nearby, the civilians didn't cheer. Instead, they quietly backed away. They had no love for these so-called protectors. These Navy men had abused their power for years. They didn't protect civilians, they ruled over them. Now that a powerful pirate crew was knocking on their door, the people were praying the Dragon Hunter Pirates would win. On the ship, Escanor set down his polished wine glass. He looked ahead as if sensing the hopes of the people. "I've heard your wishes," he said softly. "To bring the captain and the others here without delay, I'll make this quick." He stepped onto the bow. The ship pulled into the dock. Escanor jumped down with a light step, graceful yet powerful. Behind him, his division followed, steady and composed. Moments later, they came face to face with Virgo and the massed Navy troops. Escanor walked forward slowly, radiating heat with every step. "I am Escanor, 4th Division member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates." He stopped, his voice rising like the sun itself. "Vice Admiral Virgo, cadre of the Don Quixote family. Today, I have come to this branch, to end you." When Escanor calmly declared his judgment, Virgo froze. He had served Doflamingo in secret for years, undetected even within the Navy. And now, this pirate, this towering, radiant man, had exposed the truth effortlessly. Clearly, Escanor had access to detailed intelligence. But how? Why had this information been leaked now? There was no time for answers. "Escanor, was it?" Virgo scoffed, trying to regain his composure. "You may speak nonsense, but I am still a vice admiral of the Navy. And you're just another pirate. Fire!" The Marines hesitated, shocked by Escanor's accusation. But they had no way to confirm such intel. And so, they followed orders. Rows of muskets were raised. Bang! 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 A thunderous barrage echoed across the port as countless rounds fired toward Escanor in unison. But before any bullet could reach him, whoom, a golden force field shimmered into existence, completely absorbing the hail of gunfire. Escanor stood tall, undisturbed. "You seem to misunderstand who you're dealing with," he said, voice calm, yet regal. "You dare raise these crude weapons against me? This is not a battle, it's an insult. I am the sin of pride, Escanor, and I am here to deliver your sentence." The next instant, he vanished. Virgo barely registered the movement before. Crack! A single chop hand strike hit him square in the chest, sending him flying across the harbor like a rag doll. Several Navy soldiers were caught in the blast radius and launched with him. Escanor slowly stepped forward, his presence suffocating. He knew Virgo wasn't dead, yet, he had felt resistance. But his mission wasn't to warn, his mission was to eliminate. All this, from one blow. He sent Vice Admiral Virgo flying. Am I dreaming? No, this has to be a nightmare. The surrounding Marines were frozen in fear. Some stood paralyzed. Others dropped their weapons entirely. Clatter. One officer collapsed to his knees, his musket slipping from his trembling hands. "Why, you damned pirate, go to hell!" Desperate and cornered by fear, one Marine charged Escanor recklessly, drawing his blade in a trembling hand. But the moment he stepped within a meter, buzz. His entire body locked in place, caught by an unseen force. Escanor raised a single finger. Puff! A radiant burst of solar energy exploded from his fingertip. The Marine was disintegrated on the spot. His body vaporized, the sword in his hand melted down to its hilt. Only a few drops of blood hit the ground. Escanor's voice remained cold and distant. "Stay where you are. I have no time to waste playing with ants. I'll deal with you all. After." He turned and resumed walking toward Virgo, who had just begun to stagger to his feet. Virgo looked up, barely comprehending what he'd seen. He had just watched a Marine soldier evaporate before his eyes. This was no ordinary pirate, and this man wasn't even a division captain? Just a crew member. If this was the strength of a 4th Division member, what of the captain? What of Ryunosuke, their leader? Despair crept into Virgo's thoughts. He had once planned to reinforce Doflamingo to help against Enel and Yahiko. But if Escanor alone could obliterate him, then Yahiko, a division captain, would crush him effortlessly. And their captain? That man was in a league of his own. Parururu. Paruru. Virgo's Den Den Mushi rang. Seeing Doflamingo's ID, Virgo snatched it up. "Virgo, where the hell are you? I'm getting overwhelmed here." Doflamingo's voice cracked through the receiver, full of frustration. He had hoped to use Virgo to mobilize reinforcements under the guise of Navy support. After all, as a Shichibukai, he had some leverage with the world government. But Virgo still hadn't shown up. "Young master," Virgo muttered, his voice hollow. "Listen carefully. Agree to every demand the dragon hunter pirates make. One of their crew members is on par with an admiral. Don't interrupt. I might not be around long. This man, I'm nothing compared to him, less than an insect. Please, save yourself." He hung up without waiting for a reply. Escanor now stood directly in front of him, proud, imposing, unshaken. Virgo let out a bitter chuckle. "To think, I die like this." Dark armament hockey surged across his body in one final stand. "If I go down, I won't go quietly." Escanor smiled faintly. "Good. A little resistance makes this less boring. But insects will always be insects, no matter how hard you fight. You cannot escape the hunter's hand." Crack! Escanor's hand closed around Virgo's throat. An explosion of golden solar magic erupted from his palm. Even with Virgo's reinforced hockey, the heat overwhelmed his defenses instantly. PSSSHHHH. His body burned from the inside out. His skin cracked. His armor disintegrated. And within seconds, Virgo was reduced to ash. His final breath vanished into the breeze. It took immense force to vaporize a body trained by the Navy. But Escanor made it look effortless. The remaining Navy soldiers dropped their weapons. They didn't resist. They didn't even speak. Their faith had died with Virgo. One by one, they collapsed to their knees. The dragon hunter pirates' crew quickly moved in and restrained them. After completing the occupation of the G5 branch, Escanor pulled out his Mushi and contacted Ryunosuke. Nearby, the surviving members of the G5 branch looked on with fear and confusion. Some had once wished for pirates to overthrow the corrupt navy presence in the region. But now that those pirates had truly arrived, and killed the navy, they weren't so sure. These pirates were far more terrifying than the ones they'd hoped for. Had they made a mistake? While Escanor reported the mission's success, the rest of the 4th Division began managing the aftermath. They had spent long enough with the dragon hunter pirates to pick up some habits, like pretending to be cooler than they were. And this was their chance to show off. Is anyone in charge of management here? One of them asked the gathered civilians. An elderly man stepped forward, steady despite his fear. We were managed directly by the Navy. No one else had access to administrative control. This is a Navy branch. We've never needed civil management. I see. Anyone you'd recommend to manage things temporarily? We'll send someone to take over later. Aboard the evil warship. I see. We'll arrive by this afternoon, said Ryunosuke, speaking through his Mushi. For now, finish securing the G5 branch. He wasn't surprised by Escanor's success. If Escanor used even a fraction of his full power, not even Sengoku or Garp could stop him. A man like Virgo, whose strength lay in physical combat and hockey alone, stood no chance. Najenda, Ryunosuke said as he turned. Escanor completed the mission. Virgo was eliminated in an instant. And another piece of good news, we'll soon have another allied base. Allied base? Dressrosa? Najenda asked, frowning. But Doflamingo's still resisting, and according to Morgans, Kaido, captain of the Beast's pirates, is heading there too. Seems like he's coming for Doflamingo as well. Ryunosuke laughed. Kaido, huh? First I back off from Charlotte Linlin, now another Yonko shows up. Wonderful. Let's head to Dressrosa next. The Valley of the Gods can wait. Najenda nodded. Got it, Captain. She turned and began organizing their course adjustments. Captain. A soft, timid voice reached Ryunosuke's ear. He looked over and smiled. Mine. What is it? Mine fidgeted slightly. Though she had been with the crew for a while, she still didn't know Ryunosuke well. During this period, he had been too busy to interact with many of the newer members. Nothing really, she said, then hesitated. Akame said, you like to eat people, is that true? She looked up at him nervously, as if expecting to be devoured on the spot. Ryunosuke blinked. Eat people? Akame, mine, Akame lied to you. He looked visibly embarrassed. He had seen mine in battle. Her sharp focus and terrifying talent in marksmanship had impressed him. But off the battlefield, she was way too innocent. Akame, he called loudly. The red-haired troublemaker popped her head out, caught in the act of sneaking away. I was just joking with her, Akame said with a grin. Who knew she was even dumber than Tatsumi? Hee. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, far from the laughter aboard the evil warship, Shanks, having recently visited Marineford to halt the war, had returned to the East Blue. Shanks, said Lucky Roo, chewing on yet another chicken leg, Luffy and the others are already headed to the New World. Ace is safe with the Whitebeard pirates. So, why are we here? This guy must have a bottomless space pouch. That drumstick never left his hand. Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. Is this because of that incident? If you can't find anything, maybe it's time to give up. He said it casually, but he already knew the truth. Ben had noticed things the rest of the crew hadn't. Even after Luffy and Ace had gone to sea, Shanks kept returning here. They thought it was sentiment, nostalgia, but it was something more. I won't give up, Shanks said, smiling. I think this is what the captain was looking for all along. And now that there's a clue, I can't ignore it. His cryptic words only deepened the crew's curiosity. Something Roger himself had searched for? When had Shanks even found the clue? Don't worry, Shanks chuckled, seeing their suspicious expressions. There's no big secret. My arm got bitten off by a sea king back then, remember? Well, let's go. I'll show you the place. He didn't tell them before because there had been no solid leads. But now that he brought them here, it was time to let them in. They soon arrived in Fuchsia village, entering the cozy warmth of Makino's bar. "You're here?" Makino greeted them with a bright smile. "Food and drinks are ready. Come, eat first." As a woman deeply tied to the life of a pirate, and the beloved of a Yonko, Makino had long grown used to these visits. Yes. Makino and Shanks were together. "Let's eat first," Shanks said, waving everyone to the table. A feast followed, loud and cheerful. But for this crew, even a barrel of alcohol was just water. Their capacity was ridiculous. Once they'd eaten their fill, Shanks stood and gestured for everyone to follow. They left the village behind, climbing into the hills toward Dawn Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the old hideout of the bandit king Higuma, a place long abandoned after his death. Though time had passed, the building still stood. As Shanks brought his crew to the abandoned station once used by the bandit king, the expressions on their faces twisted with confusion. Everyone knew the story. Shanks had once been beaten up by Higuma and didn't fight back. Not because he couldn't, but because, in Shanks' eyes, a man with no dreams wasn't even worth the effort. This place was just a rundown hideout for some washed-up mountain bandits. What could possibly be so important here? "Let's go," said Ben Beckman, lighting another cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating his thoughtful face. "If you want to know what Shanks is really after, you'll find your answers inside." Like Lucky Ruox with food, Beckman always seemed to have a cigarette in hand. Hearing this, the crew stopped asking questions and quietly followed Shanks inside. The outer building seemed ordinary enough, just an old shack at the base of a mountain. But as they passed through the courtyard and into the backyard, their observation hockey picked up something unusual. A massive hidden space lurked behind the back wall. Click, cuckoo, with a press of a hidden mechanism, the stone wall groaned open, revealing a large, shadowy cave entrance. A chill swept out from within, causing even these hardened warriors to instinctively tense. It was cold, not just in temperature, but in presence. Still, they pressed on, following Shanks without a word. The passage beyond led to a vast subterranean chamber. And at the far end of the cavern, something was chained, bound by special seastone restraints. It was a sea king. "This thing looks kinda familiar," said Lucky Ruox, scratching his chin. "Wait, Shanks, isn't this the sea king that bit off your arm?" It was a rare moment where Ruox's first thought wasn't food. An achievement in itself. Shanks gave a small nod. "That's right. At first, I thought its appearance was just random, coincidental. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized, this thing wasn't ordinary. This is the Sea King that broke through my armament hockey in a single bite, and took my arm." His tone was quiet, heavy. The crew fell silent. Sea Kings were powerful, yes, but they were far from the strongest beasts of the sea. Even among them, this one was small. And Shanks, a Yonko, with hockey strong enough to shake the world, should have easily crushed such a creature. They had all once assumed he was simply distracted, that his concern for Luffy had dulled his instincts. But if Shanks himself believed otherwise, then this Sea King was anything but normal. "Shanks, what exactly are you investigating?" asked Usopp, calm and direct. "I believe this Sea King either ate something special, or was affected by something far beyond our understanding," Shanks replied. "That's what I'm trying to uncover." "A special existence, huh?" said Carlos, a tall, long-haired biologist with a wild yellow mane. He stepped forward, leapt effortlessly onto the Sea King, and sliced off a chunk of flesh. After examining it briefly, he popped the meat into his mouth. Well?" Shanks asked, eyes narrowing slightly. "Any discoveries?" Carlos chewed thoughtfully, then gave his verdict. "Tastes good. This cave's cold enough to preserve the meat, still fresh even after all this time." Shanks stared blankly. Who the hell asked if it was delicious? Ruox looked offended. "Wait, it's tasty. Why didn't you say so sooner? Can I try too?" "So much for priorities. Focus, people," Carlos said, brushing off Ruox and turning back to Shanks. "You didn't use any preservation method, right?" "No," Shanks replied. "I killed this thing 2 years ago. Just locked it in here." "That explains it." Carlos crouched beside the corpse. "This thing's been dead for over 2 years. But the flesh hasn't rotted. It's still bleeding. That's not normal." Usopp nodded in agreement. "Look at the bones. No signs of decay. That kind of preservation is unnatural. And yet, Carlos added, there's no energy loss in the tissue. That means something inside it is keeping the life force intact. Which, Shanks said quietly, is exactly why I've been looking into this. If something can do this to a sea king, then what could it do to a person? Do you have any leads? Asked Ben Beckman, casually leaning against the cave wall. He sounded relaxed, but his eyes were sharp. No one here could deny how tempting this discovery was. Anyone but an idiot like Luffy would understand its value. Shanks nodded. I have a clue, but I'm not the right person to follow it. I don't even know when he'll appear again. Monkey D. Garp. The crew froze. Garp? The Navy hero? Vice Admiral? Ruox raised a brow. He was born in the East Blue, but what does this have to do with him? Shanks looked at him, serious. You've all noticed it too, haven't you? At his age, Garp is still fighting at peak strength. Maybe even beyond that. Compare him to Whitebeard in his later years. The difference is massive. That kind of physical condition, it's not normal. He might have discovered something, or come into contact with a force like this. And if anyone else knows about it, Shanks paused, it might be Ryunosuke. The name lingered in the air. Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. A rising force shaking the world. I learned about the concept of life essence from Whitebeard, Shanks continued, but I never had time to investigate. Now, putting all the pieces together, Ryunosuke might understand it. But I still lean toward Garp. Why? Shanks looked down at the Sea King's corpse. Because when I lost my arm, Ryunosuke was still just a boy. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content. After listening to Shanks' deductions, the expressions on his crew's faces grew serious. It made sense. How could someone like Garp, already an old man by any standard, still maintain peak combat power? That kind of vitality defied nature. And as for Ryunosuke, he was another anomaly altogether. Not only was he unbelievably strong, but he had also attracted a sudden surge of powerful individuals to his side. People whose strength couldn't be explained by simple talent or luck. Shanks, something's off, said Usopp, his eyes narrowing. If your theory is right, then this power, this thing, it doesn't just boost strength. It could be a way to resist aging itself. And those monsters in the Dragon Hunter pirates, could they all be benefiting from it? Usopp's tone was sharp. After all, the appearance of the Dragon Hunter pirates had already shaken the foundations of the sea. Even Morgans had barely been able to uncover any real information about their inner workings. Despite their friendly ties with Ryunosuke, the Red Hair pirates had never been told the truth behind these strange and powerful newcomers. Now, with Shanks' latest theory, it all clicked. Those guys really might be tied to something special. We'll ask the kid about it sometime, Shanks said casually, then added, but can anyone dig up more info in the meantime? If not, I'll contact Garp directly. Shanks didn't mind. He and Garp had known each other for years, both frequent visitors to the Goa Kingdom. There was trust there, of a sort. Not yet, Carlos said bluntly, let me study it first. As a biologist, Carlos was methodical. If they could fully understand and master this phenomenon, then there was no need to involve others. Especially not someone like Garp. If Garp had access to this kind of power, don't you think the Navy would already be in a better state? Carlos continued. He's not the kind of man who'd keep it for himself. Suru, Sengoku, they'd have it too. But after the war at Marineford, Sengoku aged rapidly. His decline was obvious. No, Garp never had this power. Shanks nodded slowly. I'll give you 1 month, he said at last. If you haven't figured it out by then, I'm calling Garp. With that, Shanks turned and left the cave. The rest of the crew followed, leaving Carlos to his studies. They trusted him. He was good at what he did. Meanwhile, in Shimotsuki village. The 4 emperors are here again. It was only a matter of time before someone found out. We need to act faster. Shimotsuki Koshiro opened a small wooden box. Inside, nestled in soft cloth, was a white stone that seemed to breathe, pulsing faintly with a strange, living energy. Purururu. Koshiro picked up a den mushi and made a call to a mysterious figure. Shanks, huh? The voice on the other end was calm and firm. Don't worry about him. This stone, Only those of the Shimotsuki clan can truly harness its power. And now that Kuina has joined the Dragon Hunter pirates, let's avoid stirring any deeper darkness. Understood, Koshiro replied. He gently closed the box and stored it safely away. Bang! 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 Sensei! Shikaze has a fever, we need you. A young voice called from outside. Koshiro immediately composed himself, straightened his robe, and hurried out to care for his apprentice. At the same time, aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, Ryunosuke and his crew had just welcomed Escanor back aboard. The G5 Navy base had been secured and handed over to Ganato, the bomb fruit user and head of the logistics division. With the Dragon Hunter pirates' reputation spreading across the seas, few dared to challenge them anymore. Of course, that didn't mean none would. Some fools still walked the earth. That's why Ganato was left behind, to handle the crazy ones. Captain, Escanor said, walking beside Ryunosuke. This world. It's far more gentle than the one I came from. But the devil fruit I use, it holds something ominous. Do you think I should get rid of it? Though Escanor hadn't used his stored solar magic during the last fight, his devil fruit powers now allowed him to channel his magic perfectly, something that defied all logic from his original world. And yet, that same devil fruit carried a strange, lurking aura, one Escanor couldn't ignore. Don't worry about it for now, Ryunosuke said with a calm smile. Our focus now is strength. Whatever mysteries lie within those fruits, we'll deal with them in time. Hearing this, Escanor nodded and released the tension in his fists. If Ryunosuke wasn't concerned, then neither was he. Captain, Najenda approached, holding a Den Mushi. Doflamingo has agreed to submit. He's requesting to meet with you directly. He's in Dressrosa, and it just so happens our current route crosses that island. The message came from Yahiko himself. The truth? Doflamingo had been scared senseless. Between Escanor's godlike strength, Enel's lightning storms, and Yahiko's meteor barrage, he'd seen enough at Marineford to know when to fold. If the Dragon Hunter pirates decided to abandon him as a pawn, his life would be over in an instant. He wasn't stupid, just arrogant. Ryunosuke laughed, so he's finally come around. Fine. Let's stop by Dressrosa, resupply, sightsee. Besides, the underground trade networks Doflamingo controls might come in handy. Ryunosuke didn't bear much hatred toward Doflamingo. He saw him for what he was, an ambitious man, brutal but pragmatic, a survivor. In fact, to turn on one's own father and brother like he had, that took a level of conviction Ryunosuke could almost respect. But in the face of the Dragon Hunter pirate's overwhelming strength, Doflamingo was just another domino. There's a massive gap between him and us, Ryunosuke said calmly. And when power like ours casts a shadow, even kings kneel. Want more chapters? Check my profile for extra content.